GBS building in Pretoria. Today is the 7th of November, 2025. All our have linked in on our app, but if you can't get us through, link through our YouTube channel, and the address or how you search it is Gbvf Dialogue 2025, right? We'll stand all of us and sing the national anthem together. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may be seated. As I said, today is not just any ordinary day. It's a day it's a day we want to be real. It's a day of unfiltered conversations. It's a day we don't want to just have a dialogue, but it's a day we are going to take action and make a strong move against the gender-based violence and femicide. As the SIU, we want to be part of pioneering this campaign and taking it forward, and not just for this particular year, for years to come. We want to be inclusive in how our society is fighting the issues against gender-based violence and femicide. And we are happy and excited that we have partnerships across the nation, from our community, from the social spheres, from government departments. There's people from all walks of life that are here today who will be addressing us, but together we will we'll have conversations, and meaningful conversations that we are taking across the land. And we know that today's topic is prevention today and we protect tomorrow. I think in the briefing we said prevention now, right? And then we work on how we then preserve and keep things where they're supposed to be. So I do want to acknowledge the head of the unit who is here with us. I do want to acknowledge various speakers from government departments, whom we will, at the time when they come on the podium, introduce them. I do want to acknowledge all our colleagues from this room and across all provinces. And without any wasting time, there is a video clip that we're supposed to play. And from that video clip, just after that video clip, we will all stand and have a moment of silence to observe and give that moment to the victims who are affected by this scourge. And we are all affected directly or indirectly. Can we have the video clip going on from the IT desk, please? Okay, if there are any technical glitches, I think, can we all stand and give a moment of silence to those affected directly or indirectly by this scourge? Thank you very much. You may be seated. The desk will indicate to me when the video is ready, but I do want to rush because we are running against time. And at this moment, I would like to call upon Ms. Neptune Masombuga, the Chief Human Capital, who can come upstage and give us the purpose of today. Thank you very much. You can give a hand of applause.
The Honorable Minister, Minister Kubai Mameluko, in her absence, the Deputy Minister in his absence, Mr. Andres Nell, who unfortunately could not join us today due to an urgent matter, the head of the Special Investigating Unit, Advocate Mutibe, the distinguished guests that are here with us, the representatives from the Ministry of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities, representatives from the Department of Justice, representatives from Correctional Services, the CEO of PSITA, the CEO of PSIRA, esteemed partners from private sector, international organizations, civil society, traditional and faith-based leadership, fellow public servants, my colleagues in the SIU, in the room and both online, all the champions of justice and everyone on a virtual platform. Today we gather here not as institutions, but as a nation that is facing a moral crisis. Gender-based violence and femicide have scared the soul of democracy. We have seen statistics. Behind the statistics are, unfortunately, silenced voices, bruised lives, and communities fearing for their lives on a daily basis. It is rather a national emergency that we create and have this call to collaborate as entities, as private institutions within this country, to attend seriously to this very scourge. It is this very collective action that has brought us here together, and it is the reason we are here. Allow me to say that this dialogue today is not but just a conversation. It is my colleagues a summon of courage to call the government institutions, the civil societies, traditional leaders, to call upon our youth, to call upon different sets of industries, that we collaborate and stand together in one unwavering commitment to end the scourge called Gbvf in our country especially in our lifetime, and protect those that are affected. For the SIU, this day holds a profound significance in that we will be launching a flagship program, GBVF First Responder Program, which we believe is an initiative that is designed to strengthen institutions and ensure that we are ready. Ensure accountability is taken by all of us and uphold integrity where it matters most. Together, during this dialogue today, let us build a South Africa where every woman and every child lives free from fear, lives free from the notion of not wanting to go to a neighbor, where justice, in its truest sense, begins with us. It is on that note that we have called this dialogue today. We wish everyone the best, and thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sumbuka. Good morning, everyone. My name is Keiza Kanyako. I am the Co-Program Director today. We are trying to squeeze everything within the limited time, but we also have to do everything that we need to do. Before we call upon the head of the Special Investigating Unit, can the choir just give us a short, the band just give us a short music item, and then after that call upon the head of the Special Investigating Unit, Advocate Andy Mutibi, to come and address us. Band. Thank you very much. This is basically the talent that we have in this country. And we really must appreciate all of that in everyday life. At this stage, I would like to call upon the head of the Special Investigating Unit, Advocate Andy Motibi, to come and address us.
Right, good morning everyone. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to stand in front of you on this very important occasion to deal with one of the scourges that confront us as a country and confronts the world. So we're really pleased that we can play this role and really galvanize the society in the fight against this scourge. Our industry is anti-corruption, but as you know, that corruption affects societies in many ways, but in particular, it affects women and girls and LGBTQIA plus even more differently. Thank you very much for that lead. So I'm really here to welcome you and thank you very much. I really, on behalf of the Special Investigating Unit, the Department of Justice, the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I dare say on behalf of the cluster that we belong to, which is the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster. We really hear as a cluster voice, but it's a voice that reverberates across all clusters, across the country, and indeed across the region and the world. So I'd like to acknowledge, as our Chief Human Capital Officer, Mema Somboga, has done, acknowledge our Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister Mamuluku Kubai. As you all know, she really amongst those champions of this fight against the GBV. She would have made no mistake of not being here, but it's simply because of the urgency of the matter that they are attending to that she couldn't be here. The same applies to the Honorable Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mr. Andres Nel. We welcome the representatives from the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, all my colleagues, the heads of departments, and the heads of entities across government, representatives from correctional services. We welcome also esteemed partners from private sector in all their formations, international organizations that are here, civil society, traditional faith-based leadership, and I also saw the representatives of the workers, the trade unions. We really need you in this fight against corruption. I specifically saw Tate Maleka this morning from the Public Servants Association. I was informed that the representatives of NEHAU are also here. We really appreciate your presence, and all other worker representatives that are here. We really welcome you. Okay, mine is really not to give a lengthy speech because I'm going to be welcoming the minister so that she can do the the keynote address. But just in brief, really it's an honor for me to welcome you to this national dialogue on gender-based violence and femicide, held under the powerful theme, Prevent Today, Protect Tomorrow. We extend our warm appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, whose recorded keynote message will be shared with us shortly, and to the Honorable Deputy Minister, who continues to lend a strong leadership and support to the sector, despite their absence from today's proceedings. They couldn't be with us, as I indicated, due to the urgent commitment with the another arm of government, which is the judiciary. Today we gather not merely to discuss a crisis, but to confront the national moral emergency, one that has scarred families and also scarred communities and tested our collective conscience. Gender-based violence, colleagues, and femicide is not only a crime, it is a betrayal of the promise of our democracy, the promise that every person, regardless of gender or circumstance, deserves to live free from fear and free of indignity. And they deserve to live in dignity. At the Special Investigating Unit, our work is anchored on justice, accountability, and integrity. Yet our mission extends beyond investigation. It is a crucial ethical leadership and protection of the vulnerable. We recognize that corruption and GBF are deeply interconnected. Corruption steals resources meant for survivor care. It steals resources meant for shelters. It steals resources meant for justice support. It undermines service delivery and creates an environment where violence and exploitation thrives unchecked. When corruption takes root, it is women, children, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community who suffer the most, often unseen, unheard, and unprotected. As you know, that this year, South Africa has got the presidency of the G20, led by our president and, of course, all leaders in government. There are various working groups and tracks and streams, but the stream and the working group that we had the opportunity to lead, together with the Department of Public Service and Administration, the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. We spent the whole year discussing various priorities, but just in short, we couldn't complete our business without acknowledging the impact of corruption on women and girls and LGBTQIA+. Of course, there are those countries that from their national policies have got different views and so on, but this was an important aspect for us as the presidency and the chair of the Anti-Corruption Working Group. So we really acknowledged, and just a few minutes, because I think it's important for you really to know how we acknowledged this aspect. I'm pretty much quoting from the G20 ministerial declaration that became the chair's summary. So we said as G20 countries under the Anti-Corruption Working Group, we acknowledge the impact of corruption on women, men, girls, and boys, and that it disproportionately affects women and girls, and we commit to continuously improving our understanding of the ways in which corruption affects us all differently, including through research into specific manifestations of corruption, which might disproportionately affect women and girls. We will continue to promote gender equality and the empowerment of women, including in the relevant legislation, policy, development, research, projects and programs, and as appropriate and in accordance with the fundamental principles of our domestic laws, while enhancing the participation of women in anti-corruption efforts and the sharing of good practices in this regard. I thought it is important so that you can see that amongst others, not just in the region, not just in the region where we find ourselves as a country, but also we have made it to be acknowledged by the countries of the world, in particular the G20 countries. Right. Now, as the SIU, as indicated earlier on, we continue to look at programs that, amongst others, empowers women and girls and LGBTQIA+ community. This is why, through the SIU Anti-Corruption and Cyber Academy, we are proud to champion a new national flagship initiative, the Gbvf First Responder Program. This is a very important program that will be offered through the Academy, and the Academy offers training not only for South African institutions. We have extended it to the region, to the continent, and we also interact with many other international organizations. So this program marks a decisive shift from the reaction to readiness. It will train and accredit a new generation of Gbvf first responders across communities, workplaces, and institutions to act swiftly, compassionately, and ethically within the first 24 hours of a crisis. When a survivor calls for help, when a child trembles, when silence hangs heavy, South Africa must be ready to respond with competence, compassion, and care. The theme, Prevent Today and Protect Tomorrow, calls on all of us to go beyond words and take collective action to prevent violence through readiness, integrity, and coordinated partnerships. We must capacitate and strengthen the front lines. As I near conclusion, our teachers, nurses, human resource officers, social workers, NGOs, traditional leaders, police officers, and prosecutors, amongst others, the very individuals who meet survivors in their most vulnerable moments. Through this national dialogue, let us ensure that prevention becomes a system, not a slogan. Protection becomes proactive and not reactive. Justice should never be delayed, denied, or derailed by corruption or indifference. Let this dialogue be more than an event. It must be a national call to action, a call that declares with our one voice, no one more life lost, not one more silence unanswered. It is now my honor at this stage to introduce and invite those who will make sure that the recording is played, that the message from the Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, whose steadfast leadership continues to inspire our collective resolve in the fight against gender-based violence and corruption. Please, as I step down, turn your attention to the screen. And earlier on, I should also have acknowledged our beautiful or handsome choir that always is with us from the police. Thank you very much for always supporting us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. The head of SIU and policy managers of Special Investigating Unit, all members of the panel or panelists, representatives of government, civil society, academia, and media. Let me start with firstly sending my apology that I can't attend the event today in person due to a meeting with the magistrates that preceded the scheduling of this event. I would have loved to join in person, hence this message. Your dialogue is a welcome and timely initiative, taking place as we, through the Justice Cluster, intensify efforts to fight gender-based violence and bullying. This effort responds directly to the topic you asked me to talk about, from silence to systematic change, leading a culture of accountability in the fight against GBV. Firstly, I would like to indicate that the Southern administration re-established the IEC for gender-based violence and femicide in support of the work that is done by the JCPS Trust. We have been able to ensure that we conduct outreach programs to check the infrastructure on the ground to manage to support survivors and complainants. This started with police stations, courts, but also to evaluate the Tuzela sanitary whether they are fit for vehicles. Of the survivors had experienced. So when we talk from experience, we have a real as we did this work, we were able to identify some of the weaknesses. We were able to intervene in some of the areas that we were working. We have committed this financial aid to continue to support cities through increasing the number of data centers across the country. This is championed by the individual other stakeholders. We have also, as the Department of Justice, committed to increase and replace the non-functioning of the SOS machines in our court. And some of the areas where we had actual funding shortfalls, we've been able to address this and augment the shortfalls through current funding. Ladies and gentlemen, I must indicate that the Department of Social Development is at final stages in dealing with the victim support fund. This is one of the key important policy interventions in the fight against gender-based violence, because this conversation focuses on victims. I must assure you that this is a transparent for consultation, which I can safely say soon will be introduced to Parliament, and the process will proceed, and looking forward to inputting into that bill to ensure that we can protect the survivors and the victims of gender-based violence. Another area of policy intervention is around the work that is being done by the Law Reform Project on the review of Criminal Procedure Act, which is also at the advanced stage. I have received the progress report on the project. We are anticipating that this work will be concluded within this financial year. Amongst others that this project is aimed to addressing is the concerns that have been previously raised around bail and parole conditions for perpetrators and accused individuals in gender-based violence and femicide. We hope that this reforms will be able to assist in protecting victims because if bail is not granted, if a person who is committed rape, it means that we are protecting women so that they are no more or not repeat offending in terms of this sexual offenses.
Sicela uxolo nothando, iyeha. I'm supposed to have people that say just that part. I want to break the ice. We must be vocal, we must be action, driven, and also not lose sight that the fight is not only for us to be silent and be serious in their minds or in their faces, but I want us to sing that song, Jake Ancinci, and then we'll move on with the rest of the program. I do apologize for the sound. We will put up the video across all SIU platforms. If you can do me a favor, right now you can go hashtag Gbvf Dialogue 2025 on your statuses, hashtag SIU Gbvf Dialogue 2025, hashtag prevention today, right? Ningazifaki emojis because they will confuse you. You are all one case. It's only the 2Ks that understand the emojis. Sicela uxolo nothando, iyeha. Uxolo nethando, aye. Sicela uxolo nothando, yeah, I am sicela uxolo nothando, yeah, I am icela uxolo nothando. No, you're gonna get it right. You're gonna get it right. Before the end of the program, you will know your parts and you'll know them right? Thank you so much. We're gonna continue with the program, and right about now, we are where we need to invite speakers under the subtitle Voices of Change, GBF authors, survivors, and youth voices. Everyone has the program with them. I would like when the first speakers come up front, the rest of the speakers under this segment to also be ready so that by the time we get to the dialogue, we have enough time to tackle that particular program. So if authors Ms. Eikawa, Ms. K. Badehwang, Dr. M. Diko, and Professor Ann Moodley could be ready in that order so that we can have each of them to say a few words. Thank you very much. The band can help me while the people come, or the choir, so that, but short to the point, and thank you so much. Can the authors, Ms. Eikawa, Ms. K. Badehwang, Dr. M. Diko, and Professor Ann Moodley do come to I think we must come closer to, you can sit here, and so that each can have a 10 and then you can go back to your seats. Or are the microphones on?
I don't think they are on. I don't think they are on. Come here.
Good morning, everyone in the room. Protocol observed. I would like to thank the SIU and all the departments involved in organizing this symposium, and also to the launch of this academy for policing, for the initiative. It is important. I think, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Andy Kawa. I'm a businesswoman, survivor of gender-based violence, and I left the boardrooms for activism so that I can also be a part of action around dealing with the scourge of gender-based violence. I would like to commend hearing that the G20 has also committed into having us move the dial from talking policies to action, because indeed it should be prevention now and protection tomorrow. True leadership is needed to create this change. Accountability is needed to do that. And my book that I wrote, because of my 15 years of dealing with gender-based violence, of dealing with protracted, delayed, and justice and denied justice, made me write the book, Kwanele Enough is Enough campaign. Sorry, Kwanele Enough, Fighting for Justice for Women and Victims of Gender-Based Violence in South Africa. This fight made me launch a case against the Minister of Police and SAPS, because not only of my case that was not investigated and closed, but because of so many other victims whose cases are closed and they walk around with their case numbers, not knowing that they're gathering dust in the files because the case would never happen. And I think that what I have achieved, or what this initiative achieved, was that the case moved from the High Court, where the judge did indeed say that police have a duty to investigation and to care, and a constitutional duty to protect and secure members of society. It was appealed at the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the police won. We went to the Constitutional Court, and the case became a landmark judgment, so that victims of crime can now know that the police have a constitutional duty to investigate their cases. And finally, in September this year, I was able to finalize the case by winning an award for the trauma and the damage that this investigation caused. So the book is about addressing the issues so that we can take accountability. And I like the theme of today, and I like the song that was sang, because I think that we have to accept that gender-based violence is affecting us in our homes. We are part of it silently, indirectly, and so forth, and we live with it. Now, the first thing, we should be like alcoholics and take the saying, we are part of the GBV. We cause it, we look at it, we protect it. We protect the father who rapes a daughter, and then in the family, they slaughter a goat and then appease the ancestors, and that grandchild is now called the sister of this sister who was impregnated by the father. That is done in our culture, and it happens in societies. So the song that says, the song that was sang talks about reconciliation. We need to reconciliate, because you can't talk about gender-based violence in your home whilst you know that your husband has been abusing you, or whilst you knowing that your son-in-law is abusing your children. We have to address it, own it, and reconcile. And then that's when we will move forward. So I think that this initiative is very important. And as Gwanele in our foundation, we are very pleased to be a part of it. Justice should not be delayed. It should not be protracted. It should not be denied. Justice today is for the better of our country and will eliminate further causes of gender-based violence. We need safety. The perpetrators must be in jail. We must not be in jail behind our gated doors. And I think that the Gwanele Enough book will give you an indication of what a lot of the gender-based victims go through when it comes to dealing with the court system and the police. But I think that I am happy that we will be addressing the root cause of capacitating first responders. And we must not think that first responders are police only. We are also first responders, because these things happen in front of us and we keep quiet and we do not report ourselves. So we also need to take accountability. Thank you.
So I'm not going to introduce all of you. If after the other, then the next person can come through, please.
Okay.
So we can.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for inviting me, ma, even though you kind of assassinated my surname. Badiruang Kastos. Okay, my name is Kinze Badiruang. I'm a gender-based violence activist and an author of this book called Katie's Arrow. So this book is about me breaking the silence, because I believe that the greatest power of gender-based violence is silence, especially coming from, our culture where we were not supposed to speak about such things as rape and violence and all that. So I just want to tell you my sense of what is gender-based violence as a survivor. I was raped when I was 14, and I was raped by a soldier, my father's colleague. And after 2 years, my father lost the case, because now there were private policing. I don't know what they call them, but because now the case took 2 years, you understand? So as a 14-year-old child, you go to court for 2 years and your life has literally stopped. You understand? So to me, I got to define that, because that's the moment where my whole life changed. Because now, if the highest law enforcement in the country says now the perpetrator is not found guilty, when I went back home, I was rejected by my society. I was I was shamed at school and because now I was branded a liar. So you can imagine now I was not doing well at school and all I wanted to do, even the teachers themselves, so it was for me, it's not gender-based violence because I call it power-based violence. Because now people in school, my teachers who are supposed to take care of me and make sure that my mental health is intact, they started spreading. If now a teacher says to you, "Wana o maswa," now my peers started abusing me as well and bullying me at school. So all I wanted to do was complete my matric and run away from home. And then when I did that because I wanted to run away from the society that rejected me because the law failed me, they used what? Power over my father, who had to resign. So you can understand how my whole family was affected. We even had to relocate to another town. You understand? So when I got to Joburg, I was gang raped because I was on my way to somewhere, and the first year after completing my matric, I was gang raped. I did not want to go and report the case because I was going to be asked, "What were you doing in Hillbrow during that time?" It was a prostitution deal gone wrong and all that. You understand? So now there's the post-traumatic element of it, because I don't think that we in this country we understand what survivors want. Because at the end of the day, it's 16 days. They call us to a place like this, and then we go home. If I am here and I talk about my story and how my boyfriend Tabang is abusing me, when I get home, he's waiting for me. He's going to beat me up. I'm going to cancel the case because now he is the provider. So has anyone ever asked us, like if we go for 21-day sessions or we go to these centers, do they say, "Kinsey, what are you good at? I want to do nails so that when I get home, I can start my own business so that I won't, I can have the liberty to leave the man that is abusing me." You understand? And then from there, the multiple mental disorders that I had, it's not like I wanted to be an author. I was forced because now I tried to commit suicide so many times. And it's not like I wanted to be a gender-based violence activist because now I felt that we have broken women and we have broken girls. And the worst part is when we got into our new democracy, they focused on awareness and they did not focus on empowering men, because South Africa generally is a country born of war. You understand, from the apartheid era. So now, if we have these boys that were taught, and fathers that went to the mines and came back, not knowing how to relate to their own wives, not knowing how to relate to their own kids. So this is what my book is all about. To say it for me, I don't see it's gender because now. I was, if a female teacher abuses you emotionally, it's got nothing to do with gender. If my own friend who is a part of the LGBTQI plus community, betrays me and sells me to his fellow friends for whatever money, that has got nothing to do with gender. That's got everything to do with power. Because even if now women cancel cases, it's because of the financial power. The cases that we lose is because now we lose in court is because of now our law enforcement agencies are misusing their power and even our attorneys, our NPAs, you understand. So we are not protected because now all these programs that are designed for us by other people that did not experience gender-based violence, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Each and every year we are going to have these sessions. We are going to have 16 days of activism, and we are always going to have numbers escalating and our daughters killed because now one of the factors, women and girls are more empowered than boys. So if you empower me and then I go take a girl child to school and then you're leaving my boy behind, who's supposed to marry somebody that is empowered and educated? Because when I tell him, "No, love, let's talk about this," the only thing he knows, he's going to say, "Yadella," and then he's going to beat me up. So these things were not done correctly. 80% of the time, awareness, and then we're going around in the street. So I think survivors should not come and tell their stories. We should be put in a room and they should ask us, how is this going to help you? We need mental support, we need financial literacy, we need skills, we need all that so that we can break away from the cycle of relying on the very same perpetrator that puts us in this position. And also our legislative laws also favors because favors perpetrators more than us. You understand? So this is what my book is all about, and I've been struggling with multiple forms of mental disorders, and I even had a stroke. I suffered, and I'm now diagnosed with hypertension and cardiovascular disease, because now all these things and that I've been going through all my life that has put my life to a halt. So I'm so grateful that everybody's here that is relevant to making sure that this dialogue is going to get us to understand what survivors need more than anything, and correct the mistakes of really pushing it to gender, because we are excluding boys, we are excluding LGBTI communities, and we are saying the responsibility lies in the law protecting women and excluding LGBTI community and our boys as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. My name is Mlamli and my surname is Diko. I have authored quite a number of research papers on gender-based violence and femicide. And I'm quite humbled to see a lot of young women in this room, and I'm really thankful that all of you are gathered here so that you may provoke the dialogues that are much necessary to eradicate the problem that continues to sabotage families, women and young girls, as well as other vulnerable groups. Let me start by saying that this is a very much necessary debate. The only way we can address and decisively and resolutely attempt to ensure that this challenge ends is if we share ideas. And I think this gathering here is a manifestation of various intellectual and non-intellectual dialogues that have been put forward, that we need to talk about it. And I really honor your stories that you have presented. It's part of the healing, but also an inspiration to many young girls and women, especially women and young girls of the lower class. And I think as you are here, you should regard yourselves as agents of change and transformation, but it doesn't end with this dialogue. It has to yield practical and tangible results. And we do depend, advocate on your expertise and all the attempts and strides that you pull through with your team and everybody who works through to ensure that in whatever context they find themselves in, they do show up for women and young girls and other vulnerable groups. But what will become problematic is if we reduce the challenge or the problem to just tokenistic practices. We have to act. And I really agree with you, sis, when you say that there is much that needs to be done. Indeed, we do need to be a generation that changes the narrative. But before I descend, let me just plead with all of you to interrogate the role and the contribution of culture in driving toxic practices that continue to drive gender-based violence and femicide. We do understand that our culture, especially in Africa, in the context we find ourselves in, we do understand that culture has the potential to interweave challenges such as hypermasculinity, which tends to affect women and young girls. But we also understand that far beneath and far beyond this challenge, it's hyper-traditionalism, which is often used as a traditional or indigenous context, actually silence women and young girls. And I think it is time that when we live here, we do cultural practices and thought. And those who are privy to perform should use some of the text we have written so that we some of the issues that we may not understand. And with that, I would like to say that we are on the right direction. Let's talk about it. Let us not let it die. Yes, some people tend to say, but we've been talking about these issues. Yes, we've been. And the fact that we still do shows that we have not directly confronted the problem, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, friends, colleagues, and those of us with a collective purpose. It's an honor and a privilege to be invited to speak here today and be part of this dialogue. And I think it is a deeply timeless, urgent discussion that we need to have. I'm Professor Nalini Moodley. I'm the Executive Dean at the Faculty of Arts and Design at the Tshwane University of Technology just down the road. And I'm here to just share with you the value and power of arts in addressing gender-based violence and femicide. We have, in 2022, taken up the mantle to recognize the role that arts can play as a tool for resistance. If we recall back in the 80s and the 70s, when apartheid had silenced voices, it was the artists that created, the poets, the dancers, the musicians, who went to the United Nations, who created and vocalized the injustices of this country. And it is now the artists that are going to take up that mantle again and vocalize the injustices of this democratic South Africa. What you see, those two posters there, are part of what we call an artivist intervention. Artivism is our strategy, the intersection of arts and activism. And those two posters are part of a much larger poster exhibition of 100 posters addressing women's rights are human rights. And that is curated by Professor Elizabeth Resnick in Massachusetts College of the Arts. These two posters are our student responses, our student photographers who are responding to the dire need our women and children are facing in this country. Further to that, universities in this country have approximately 1.2 million students, half of which are women. And those female students, almost all of them are under the age of 25, making them vulnerable in our South African legislation. It is therefore imperative that universities look to ways to protect and prevent in our university spaces. Our submission is this: a book through our creativity, art as resistance, creative responses to gender-based violence in South Africa. And this book emerged out of a one-day symposium that we have had in 2024 on how artivism can address gender-based violence. The book looks at different creative ways to create an alert pathway for students, staff, community, industry, and government, and how we can collectively address gender-based violence. We find ways in which we can address patriarchy, institutionalized patriarchy, how we can create systems that open up platforms for dialogue, open up platforms for music. And listening to music from the SAPS orchestra is an indication of what music does in healing, especially in healing trauma. But there are so many platforms in the creative industries that we can look at. And this is part of the work of the research niche area, which is artivism to address gender-based violence. It is timeless, it is urgent. And I wonder if we could have a collective discussion around the value of 16 days of activism against GBV, and rather motivate and moot for a 365 days of activism against GBV. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've got very touching messages that came through. And then the clear thing for me is that gender-based violence and femicide thrives when there is silence. Therefore, all of us seated here must make a conscious decision to not be silent and make sure that we speak about this. We mustn't tire. I'm a communication person, and I believe that when you continuously send a message out, ultimately somebody will hear it and it will move. You will never must tire in communicating messages, and somebody will hear it. Change will happen at some point. Thank you very much to our authors. You are free to go down. All I can say to all of you is go and buy the books, because they depend on you buying them for them to continue sending the messages. The next batch that we're going to have, I want them to all come at once. Survivors, Ms. L. Patience, come through in that order. You sit here and we do exactly what has just happened now. Ms. Tim Lefe, Ms. Artladi, and then the other two from the youth representatives should also come through, Ms. N. Tajwa and Ms. Y. Tenjinfene. If you can sit in that order so that we can quickly do that. And can we try and, because of time, try and be as short as possible so that we can accommodate. You can see the program is so packed. We need all the voices to be heard. At this point, one thing that I also needed to say is the fact that we, as the public here, and the ones that are listening, should make a conscious decision to decide whether they side with the survivors of GBVF. I always say that the public has got this funny way of dealing with things. We always thrive with negativity, and sometimes we fear to side with the survivors because of the negativity that it comes with. Somebody once said to me that when you are a friend to a rich man, they never call you a rich man. But when you are a friend to a thief, you are called a thief. Therefore, we must make a decision to side with the survivors. At this point, let me start with the first person, Ms. Patience. Can you speak to us?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lizette. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. It is a little bit of time for a lot to say. I will try my best to get everything into the time limit. I am, in my eyes, I was a victim. I was a survivor, and I'm definitely an overcomer. And I went through 33 years of abuse since childhood in it. And I think the reason why it started as a child is because my father and my mother was abused. They were coming from that background. So I will label myself as a child that came from a generational abuse time period. And at the age of 13, I was also raped by someone that I didn't know at all, just a random person. I think the torture in the police station was worse than what I've actually experienced at that time, because at that moment it felt like I was the reason why that man raped me. So I requested my parents to withdraw the case because I was not willing to continue with the case. Then I had family members that molested me as well. I was abused by my own father. Not so much my mother. She was also a victim, but she taught me how to overcome and to live victorious with the abuse. Then, because of the abuse that I was used to, I married a man that was like my father. So I went through a 9-year marriage of excessive abuse. I had physical abuse, I had psychological abuse, emotional abuse, and I think every form of abuse that you can think of. And even if you want to report it and people say you need to bring evidence for psychological and emotional abuse, then I look at the people and I thought, how must I bring evidence? So one day I was very frustrated with the system. So I just actually put my heart, I said to the lady, must I bring my broken heart and put it on the table so that you can do something about it? So I would advise, if you ever go through something like that, please go and report. I think the thing that keeps you so long from not reporting is because of the fear that you will have. Because the moment when I made the choice to walk away from my marriage, because it was a whole community, a lot of reasons for them. The most of them was the abuse, but the other one was because he cheated on me, and my best friend was pregnant with his child. So that was the basis for the court for me to actually walk away, because I didn't want to get myself entangled in court cases with gender-based violence. So I took the easy way out of my marriage at that stage. And after that, I was for a few years alone. Then I remarried in 2016. Beautiful man of God. He was a big key into my healing, that I am actually healed today. He never shouted at me. We are married now for 9 years, and I know him for 15 years. And I don't know what's gender-based violence anymore, because he was the one that brought the healing in me. And for me, it is success. And when I got married with my second husband, my first one decided that this man will not raise his children. So then he sued me to disown my mothership and take my children away from me and actually give it to his third wife after me, to give her then that full custody over the children. I must be honest, that was an 8-year court case. It started when my daughter just turned 11. She's now 19. It ended when she's not a minor anymore. But in the meantime, on paper, the court case looked okay. But in the background, the father is a narcissist, and I can say that because there's a psychological report done through forensics, a case that was our investigation for 2 years. I paid 75,000 rand for that case. I am still paying off on that debt. The court case is over. I lost my house. I lost my car. I lost my children in the process. My own son took me to court for maintenance. So there was so much that I went through. And for me, as a person that was at that stage there, I feel that the court did not look at me, and they did not look at my children. And I don't want to be arrogant, but the courts say that they are the higher upper guardian of our children, but they do not look after our children. I feel that the court system has failed me as a person. I lost my kids, and anyhow, they took their stuff and they went to go stay with their father. But at the end of the day, I know that they will come back one day, because the foundation that I built into them is actually important. So I just want to give you a few pointers, what you have to look out for as a woman or as a child, to know that you are in that abusive relationship. Because of fear, I've never went further than just enduring the abuse. So I had to come to a place where enough is actually now enough. And I would rather, if I look at that paintings or that art there, I would rather look like that than walk around with a broken psychological thing and an emotional abuse part, because that's more harmful. That destroys you as a person, as an identity and who you are. So first of all, I had to go back to the Father and ask him to restore my identity. So I want to pose to all the men, it is important that you will be a godly father to your children, because that will make that the abuse and the cycle will break over your children, because the identity of a child is actually coming from the father. So I will please ask you to do that. So I started to become numb to abuse. I thought that was norm. I thought that's the right thing to do. That's supposed to be like that. So when I married Grant, my husband, which is an angel from heaven, he never shouted at me up till now. He never raised his voice up till now. So the first time when I actually accidentally bumped his vehicle, I'm still waiting for him to shout at me. He didn't do that. Where I was in a vehicle accident in 2007, where a taxi skipped a robot and we rolled the vehicle. I just came from the airport dropping my ex-husband off. He went on the plane all the way to Swaziland for work, sent his Nazi to come help me, and then accused me of the accident. So there's so much difference between him, and I just want to say thank you for the Lord, for the beautiful husband that He gave to me, that actually helped me. He was a big key in the healing that I have. So you will see that your behavior will start change. You will see that the person that's abusing you will actually isolate you. He will start to control you and manipulate you. He will gaslight you. That you will start questioning your own sanity later on. But you have to stand up and make a choice to say, I will not take this. And then can I say, it is getting worse. The abuse is increasing. But if you stand your ground and you keep on fighting, you will come. Like I always say to the youth children in the youth ministry that we are at, I will tell them your stumbling blocks will become your stepping stones. And your stepping stones will become the platform where God will use you mightily for His glory, because you have been an overcomer. So if you date someone as a young child, make sure that you look at the husband or the man next to you, see how he treats other people. See how he treats the pump attendant. Look at how he treats the person at the table that serves you, the waiter. See how he treats the person that stands behind the till, who rings up your groceries, because that is the stuff that you can use to look for red flags to make sure that you want to be in that relationship. And if I can say, be your own identity. Don't let people change you for who you are. Make a choice. Everything in life is a choice, and make a choice to bring change. And that's what I had to do. I had to make a choice and say, I will not take this anymore. I will change it for myself and for my children. And even though they're not with me anymore, it's okay, because one day I know they will return. And I want to leave you with this last thing. It only takes one generation full of deeply loving parents who would change the brain of the next generation, and with that, the world. Because abuse, especially a narcissistic abuse, they change your neurologic paths in your brain. So you have to reprogram yourself in your thinking. And that takes time. But I want to say to you today, it is possible. And I just want to say thank you to the Father that He took me by my hand and He took me under His wings and helped me to get healed, and so that I can be a voice of hope today. Thank you for your time.
Program director. Our program director.
I'm pleading to all our speakers to keep it as short as possible, at most 2 minutes, so that we can hear everyone's voice and go out of this place united and understanding the root cause and the actions needed.
You've already taken another 2 minutes of mine. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dumi Kwamulefe, as program director. I was complaining about the 5 minutes and you're giving me 2 minutes. It's fine. I'm going to be short as possible. Opposite of what Lizelle went through. I had a loving family. My parents were the most amazing people. The marriage was amazing for over 40 years until my dad passed on last year. I met this guy 2015. 2015, we were good until the incident happened, well, in my mind, I thought we were good for the 6 years that we were together. But looking back now, the red flags were there, but we ignored the red flags. I need to, sorry, I'm going to mix a bit of Venek. We say, as long as Angang shy, there's nothing that he's doing. Whether he's cheating, whether he's mentally abusing you emotionally, you still think, no, I can't move on because of that. But that's where it starts. When I look back after the 2 hours of him beating me up in front of our 2-year-old son in the middle of a winter's night, I thought, but then I should have left this guy 4 years ago. Why was I still here? Because this guy has been abusive, not physically, but mentally and emotionally and such. As I say, I was beaten up for 2 hours. I did open a case. I think at the most right now, I want to talk, I wish our Minister of Justice was here. I want to talk about our courts. Our courts are failing us as survivors, even as those who have demised. I went to court for a good 4 years. Since 2021 until this year, it only ended this year in May. With all the evidence, I was hoping I've given them the video footage, but unfortunately they said it was a bit too long. From the garage where he poured me with and our child with petrol. He took out a gun on us and all that, but he still got a 5-year suspended sentence. This is a person who's a second-time offender. The magistrate at that time, when I asked why, he said because he's remorseful. He pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty this year in February. He had been pleading not guilty all these other years. And the fact that he came to our house with his parents last year to come and apologize. I said, unfortunately, the apology did not come genuinely. The apology came with terms and conditions. He said, I will apologize and I'll be a part of our son's life if you drop the case. That is not an apology to me. But the magistrate said no, but he came to apologize. That's the most important thing. So it's still very, very sad to think about the state of what we go through in courts. And what I was told at that time. But he's on a 5-year suspended sentence. He's not in our lives. He's not in his son's life. And I'm good with it because I don't want my son to grow up under that kind of environment. He's dating a cop now. They beat each other up all the time. And so me taking to my son to that, and this woman and this man are always beating each other up, it's just not healthy. I'm glad Lizelle has found the love of her life. I'm still praying. And I think, God will provide. I think I'm still scared because I do meet people, but it's not easy. I see the red flags and I run. And it's not, I think I've come to a point right now where I've said to myself, I cannot look at every single little red flag. I need to sit it out a bit, not 2 weeks and run. But yeah, I'd like to thank the SIU for inviting us. I wish they'd given us a bit more time so I can tell you my story. But yeah, I think there will be a next time. Thank you, Program Director.
Greetings.
Hello.
In the wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Catherine Refilwe Tladi. I'm a victor, not a survivor. I overcame the survival mode and I became a victor. 37 years ago, I was 13 years. I got gang raped. I didn't know what they were doing, but they were hurting me. I was just surprised, what is happening? Then we called a kiss, a deep kiss. I did not know what this girl was doing with my mouth. But yeah, it was hurting so bad. I went back home bleeding and woke up my parents to say, all this time I wasn't home, I've been held somewhere being raped. And the response I got was footek, and until this day. I had to learn to fight, fear, the nakedness that hurt me for the longest time. And I decided, to have a meeting with Refilwe one day to say, you can't go on like this in fear. It's time to take your power back. And that meeting was successful. And I arose because there was no support whatsoever. And in 2002, I'm glad my husband applied for me on my behalf. I just made a signature. I joined SAPS. And there, though I was scared of guns, and I had an opportunity to book out guns and go and pump the guys up, but I decided to use that energy to be positive. Then in 2009, I applied actually to service at Family Violence, Child and Sexual Offences Unit, where I wanted to give back to the victims that were like mine some years ago. And that for me was a great move because I became the change that I wanted to see. I wanted to give back what I never had. I wanted to embrace every victim that I was approached with, every victim that I was called on standby for. When I went to them, I told them, you can rise again, girl. This is not the end of you. So I worked many years in Harrisfontein area. I did domestic violence where I knew people are not talking. And that's when I birthed my first organization, Women in Dialogue. And I spoke to many women there. Then later in 2016, there was a task team formed at SAPS, serial electronic. Why I went there is serial rapists. And what I wanted to know was, why are you doing this? I wanted to ask this question with love because I did not understand why would a man rape 100 women alone, different women alone? Why? That was my first question before I even charge them. When I arrest them, I don't arrest them fighting them. I arrest them with love because they do have a problem. And that's why our unit is called Psychologically Motivated Crimes Unit. And in 2021, serving there, I sentenced a guy called Sello Mapunya. I think even now I broke the record. I don't know if there's anybody who came after me who broke that record, but I broke that record. You can Google me. Yeah. It was the highest sentence ever meted by the justice system. So I was everywhere. If you saw me, you might have. You can recognize the face. But I want to say, we must become the change we want to see. Our communities need us. We've been taking. It's time to give back. And it's time we put our words in action. Yeah, we can stay here the whole day, talk about it, but they're waiting, they're bleeding, they're naked out there. Women are going through a lot. And not only women. Working in this area, I know there's men out there broken, and it's this very men who wants their authority back, men who've been emasculated, who wants to show off their power or an authority in a wrong way. So I'm saying to all of us, South Africa, let us arise, not only for one gender, but for all of them. They need us.
Let's now hear from the young people.
Thank you so much, everyone. It is such a privilege and also a responsibility to be in this room today. I am Nwelekazi Dlandra, and I stand privileged, firstly, to be a student at the University of Pretoria, but also I serve as an intern at GIZ, which is a German Development Corporation, and I work specifically on a project titled Violence Prevention for Peaceful and Inclusive Communities. So to be here today is like, wow. And I think before I say anything else, I just want to open with this and say, I want to title this chat or this talk, From the Podium to the Ground. I think in a lot of spaces that we are at, it is so easy to get caught up in the talk and the policies and the laws. But somebody once said to me that you can legislate a nation, but you can't legislate a heart. And I think just being in this space and being in this room, I really want us to take that into heart and understand that it is not the talking that makes the change. It is us going into our communities and doing that. But with that being said, especially when we look at gender-based violence and femicide against that's happening in the country, it is so important to consider the new digital age that we are at, and that is specifically understanding cyberbullying and the effect that it has on violence, right? And I think, yes, I'm a young person, so I use a lot of social media, but I think it is so important that we start also shifting with the times and understanding that dangers do not just come in physical forms anymore, but they are also created and perpetuated in spaces where we interact and engage in socially, right? Not only is social media a tool that can be used to bring people together, but sadly, it can be also used as a space that perpetuates violence. But I think with the probably 30 seconds that I have left, I want to say that the same spaces that birth and rebirth violence are the same spaces that can be used to prevent violence. And as we're here today, I really want to encourage us to understand that as we're sitting here, every single one of us has a voice. Every single one of us has the ability to change the community that we come from. It starts with a hashtag. It starts with a comment. It starts with changing the narrative in your community. Like I said before, you cannot legislate a nation. You need to legislate the heart. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Yonela Tengfene. I'm coming from the University of South Africa. I'm going to present my poem based on gender-based violence and femicide, entitled Isikhalo Samanina. Ndibolekela indlebe, ndigabha okusembilinini kum. Ndidlikitlwa lihlaba kuba isizwe sikunguphele. Umhlana zolo kubulawa amabhinqa, kubulawa amabhinqa kuxhwila intsana. Izigwinta zidala isankxwe. Namhla amakhaya ngxolerhekile. Namhla amakhaya kuzindonga. Kuba unozala itshoba lilela umbethe. Kuhuza izigulugulu kunqanqaza oonogqaza kudabhato nootoyi. Yini na amadoda angenalusini? Zadandatheka intsana. Zilahla ithemba. Kuba unozala sisikhukukazi esimfukama amantshontsho waso. Kwaba ngasa ancwina abhomboloza amanina. Kwaba ngasa ancwina axatyelwa amanina. Angomabona abulawe kuzigwinta. Ngumjelo wegazi ezitalatweni kutyikili kwakulo. Lwayaphi na uvelwano madoda? Adlwengulwa axhathwa amanina. I raise a call to you, children of the nation. A man is destined to protect a woman. Let us protect one another, shoulder to shoulder, and heal our wounds. Dadala wote.
Alala. Sicela uxolo nothando. Sicela uxolo nothando. Aye. Sicela uxolo nothando. Alala. Aye. Sicela yeah, sicela unothando. I told you before the end of this program, you will know your parts. You are getting there. I can hear some bass from the heads table. I want to see who exactly from there is giving that. But I think the conversation doesn't have to end today. And we take charge that we will make sure that the conversations continue, but not only continuing to converse, but to make an impact and put actions in place. And as we call upon the team that will be conducting the dialogue, can Miss S. Henry, Professor N. Moodley, Mr. M. Chauke, Mr. T. Maripedi, and Ms. C. Low, please come up front so that we can get on to the dialogue of today. We're already 10 minutes behind as scheduled, and we want to catch up with that. I think one of the key things today is that we're not only placing emphasis on prosecution, and the conviction and rehabilitation against gender-based violence and femicide, but we also want to look at where it comes from, the stems, where it comes from, the trauma, the struggles, and create a better intervention. And I'm pleased and welcome my advocate to come and conduct this part of the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My greetings to the head of SIU and Ms. Masumbuka for the invitation and the rest of the colleagues. We have 1 minute, actually 90 seconds. 90 seconds to respond. First, for me, I think that what is important is, first, I'm Advocate Praise Kambula. I'm a gender activist for almost 30 years now. Don't count my age, all right? For almost 30 years. And I think I will die still being an activist. Because of all these stories that we have had, we have to act. We have to act. Now, before I can say anything is that before we can get to this, I would like just to say one thing, that we're in a crisis in our country. Children are raping. In every platform that I get to, I mention this. Children are raping. Yesterday, I was in a meeting where we get the statistics that, which I'm gonna share with you right now. That, all right, out of 1,666 cases, new cases of sexual offenses that were registered by our courts in quarter 2, 842 of those cases were perpetrated by children. Out of 1,666 cases that were received. And out of this, I said 842, I made a mistake. It is 1,666 new matters that were received. And out of them, all right, I was right, 842 of those were perpetrated by children, allegedly perpetrated by children. And 691 of those cases perpetrated by children, which are sexual offenses, they perpetrated rape. Rape. What I mean is, out of the 842 cases of sexual offenses is a whole, we have a whole, plethora of crimes of sex, all right? And out of those which are considered rape as the most serious, 691 of 842 cases perpetrated by children was rape. Where are we as parents? Where are we as mothers when children are raping? We have numbers that are increasing of child-on-child sex offending, sibling-on-sibling sex offending, child-on-adult sex offending. Let's have our colloquy. and start. I just wanted to mention that. We will be starting with Professor Moodley. Thank you so much for what you have started with previously. And I'm not going to be introducing you because you've already done so. Now, what we would like from you is what institutional blind spots continue to protect perpetrators and silencing victims? Because we have a culture of victims who are silenced by the system.
Thank you so much for the question. Of course, I will respond coming from university, and as I painted that landscape, I think one of the most critical and most persistent institutional blind spots is the failure to see GBV as systemic rather than episodic. We treat each case as an isolated incident rather than a symptom of a deeper cultural and structural inequality built into a system. And universities and workplaces, there are power dynamics, there are patriarchal cultures that still determine who is believed, who is protected, and definitely who is silenced. And we heard all of that today. And we also see that victims often experience the notion of disbelief, whether it's in the police station, in the campus protection unit, there is, where were you, why were you there, what were you doing? And obviously subtle victim blaming, especially when the perpetrator holds authority status. So like one of our previous speakers spoke about, the power dynamic is really critical. We also need to recognize that reporting systems are designed in ways that prioritize compliance over care. It's about which box we can tick, which policy we can refer to, and the notion of empathy, care, compassion is often marginalized. And we must recognize that bureaucracy is intimidating and it's very rarely informed by trauma. So the silence we see in institutions is not accidental. It is a structurally produced blind spot. And breaking it means that we must move beyond policies and those just exist in paper. We need to recognize that we're dealing with human beings, despite where they are on the gender spectrum. It means building a culture or a system that is survivor-centered and to ensure that we have leadership accountability. We need accountability when systems are failing because we need to find and create restorative pathways of justice that do not re-traumatize victims. And until institutions confront the cultures that normalize gendered powers, we will always protect perpetrators. Thank you.
We also need laws that promote the voice of the victim and ensure that a case is not finalized. The bail proceedings are not finalized without the voice of the victim. Thank you so much for that. Now let's get to Mr. Chauke. Mr. Chauke has been involved in high-profile investigations, such as the probe into the illegal military camp disguised as a security training facility in Mpumalanga. He works very closely with SAPS and has a wealth of experience in the security sector. Welcome. Now, how can corruption within justice, policing, or social services systems be dismantled to better protect survivors?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I think we have to start with the preposition that characterizes corruption as a form of violence itself. And I say so because when power exists in an environment where there is no oversight, where money can buy power, rules can be bent, and processes can be ignored, that in itself is another form of violence. So if you look at it this way, if you look at the victim that comes, leaves without being assisted. So that is where we see the value chain of justice re-traumatizing the person. Now let's diagnose what are these challenges? What causes this? When there is discretion without oversight, it's a problem. Where there is weakness in accountability, or at least at some point there is no accountability at all, it's also a problem. It's probably a variety of challenges that we can identify as the causes, but I chose to zoom into these two: accountability as well as the issue of looking into the processes. Now, the question then remains, how do we dismantle these things? How do we dismantle these challenges? And again, we can look into the entire value chain, but perhaps let's zoom into issues that has to do with the accountability. When we assess what we have in place, for police we have IPs, for the judicial system we have other judicial bodies, and for the social environment, I'm not sure what mechanisms we have there. But are we then saying to ourselves, what sort of oversight do we have specifically in the criminal justice system? Not amongst ourselves as professionals, but in the criminal justice system, value chain itself. And that's where we need to begin. Because then if we do that, we begin to look at what are the processes that are there? What can be done for strengthening those processes? And I'm going to give again a simple business process, role clarity, right? What is it that is there to ensure that the police officer does what it's supposed to do, the prosecutor does what it's supposed to do, and everyone else is held accountable for each and every process? I don't think we have such things. Perhaps what we should be doing is to legislate accountability itself, responsibility in the process. The law has laid out what the role of the police officer is, not only laid out the process, but what happens if the police officer doesn't. I know that the Domestic Violence Act went to some extent doing that, but what does it say about the prosecutor? His failure or his ignorance, right? What does it say about the social worker? His ignorance in acting up to protect the victim. So those are some of the things that I believe we look at in order to dismantle corruption.
You mentioned the Domestic Violence Act. It has now the regulations. They have specified time for the service of the protection order, that it must be served not later than 24 hours. Don't you think that we need to include, because we're talking about oversight, don't you think that we should to inject an element of technology?
Checking on all these processes, where we are able to see when the process breaks down, when the system breaks down, who takes accountability, and who gets to then have oversight over the breakdowns. So technology is quite very important in both of these, and a whole lot of other interventions, like I said, it starts with the law. It's nice to prohibit something that there is no punishment, then it's almost not important at all. It kind of assists.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chauke is the CEO or the Director of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority in South Africa. Thank you so much. Now let's get to Ms. Henry. Ms. Henry is serves as the program manager or the CEO, the program manager of universities at Higher Health, as she specializes in mental health, student counseling, and of your booth. Welcome. Now, what would a truly survivor-centered accountability framework look like in practice?
Thanks so much. I just want to say I think too many accreditations there. I don't work for Medicare and others next slide. And I'm the General Manager of Operations at TIAS Foundation and also a survivor myself. So I'm going to speak to you from a different perspective about this. Because I just want to say this, we have great legislation. We can talk legislation all the time and I don't even know why we're talking about changing legislation. Because we've got the best legislation in the world. And that's the truth of it. The fact of the matter is not even a third of it is implemented. And we cannot make judgments around that and saying, where's the accountability? When actually our systems are broken. And I'm going to tell you that from a place where we take over 75,000 calls from survivors in a year. So I'm telling you, we hear what's on the ground and we know what's going on. And I'm saying that we cannot even look at changing anything until we have implementation. And the fact of the matter is that the average policeman, the average social worker, the average frontline person does not even know that legislation exists, and that is a fact. And so when people are walking into police stations and going into justice and asking why protection orders are not being handled properly, it's because the people who are supposed to be held accountable for applying that in the spirit of the law as it was written are not doing it because they don't even know it exists. They don't know the changes. We are not filtering down information. So if you want a survivor-centered accountability, you need to start speaking to survivors. And you need to start listening to what they say to you. When they say, I go to a police station and I get turned away. I go to get a protection order and I get a notice to show cause. I'm not allowed to get therapy until I've testified in court 5 to 8 years later. These are problems that are on the ground, and these problems are because people are not properly trained. And we are not listening to the survivors' voices. But we are talking about looking at moving away from responses to prevention. Before we do that, can we get response right? Can we get response right? Because when this is your crime scene, it is very hard to prove. And we spend a lot of time and a lot of money on accused people and perpetrators. But I want you to go and Google how much a woman in the shelter gets from the state every month.
Hey, you have said a mouthful. Wow. Wow. I'm not sure whether is this still on? Okay. Wow. There's a lot that we still need to do. There's a lot that we still need to do. And we might have all these programmatic interventions that are beautiful, but the problem is implementation. And actually, when we talk about implementation, is that person who is at the forefront, who's supposed to be delivering those services. The challenge is that we cannot tell that you are an abuser. So we place you there and we get that sour service that we give to the victims. Now let's get to, thank you so much. Let's get to Miss Naomi Webster. Miss Naomi Webster is the Director for Victim and Support in Sexual Offences. And she has published several papers, and she's responsible for the establishment, among others, of the sexual offences courts that we have in the country. Now, Naomi, how do we ensure that justice for GBVF survivors, no, I think for GBV survivors is not delayed or denied through bureaucratic systems?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of today's session. I think it's important for us to unpack the question because when we look at bureaucracy, there are both positive and negative aspects to bureaucracy. And I do take note of the fact that there are challenges when we zone into the negativity around bureaucracy. But I think in terms of the positive elements, we must also acknowledge that service delivery does have pockets of excellence. Service delivery in terms of the work that the criminal justice system is doing, whether it's police, prosecutors, magistrates, healthcare service providers. There are examples where positive interventions have been done. Now, I think in terms of the negative aspects around the bureaucracy, some of the challenges that we need to do is to strengthen the way in which implementation unfolds at all levels. We need to ensure that there's consistency in terms of service delivery, irrespective of whether you're located in a rural area, an urban area, etc. And I think one of the other elements is around innovation and learning. So we need to look at those areas where there is excellence and look in terms of how do we replicate that so that a victim who enters, whether it's a Tutuzela Care Center, has the experience that then translates to us not having the reflections where justice takes 10 to 15 years. We need to ensure that we strengthen innovation and learning in terms of enabling the system to be function. I think very lastly, I wanted to raise the issue around accountability and transparency, and just to link to the point around how do we performance manage service delivery? How do we ensure that a police officer who doesn't do what is required to do faces accountability in terms of performance management? So for me, I think let's re-look at performance management, link it to accountability, and then ensure that the system itself functions for everybody.
Don't you think that we should criminalize? Because in South Africa, a behavior changes when it is classified as a crime.
I wouldn't want us to look at criminalization because I think sometimes there is a level where people don't have an understanding in terms of their role and responsibility and the implication of the action in terms of the ripple effect, looking at things like secondary victimization and ensuring that that doesn't happen. I think criminalization would not help us solve the problem, but what we need to do is to strengthen the performance management so that people then are more accountable and there is transparency.
Consequence management, all right? And we are actually as government failing. And it's just a phenomenon that is on paper, but it's difficult on the implementation. Let me go back to you, Ms. Law, all right? I'm gonna come to you. What, because this is about, we are here because of, we're looking into the mechanisms of prevention, because prevention should come before response. So what proven community-based prevention models can be adapted for South Africa?
Thank you so much. I think that we need to look at the models from this perspective. An approach which works balances prevention with response and healing pathways. Because while we're working on education with prevention, we also have to look at healing a generation. And if you look at the South African context, we are a violent country. We're a country that is suffering with the repercussions of having been a violent country for many years. And so we have to look at healing. So I think the only model that will work is a model that touches all of those areas. But if we're talking about preventative models, I know that there's been a very, very good response to the Scouts type programs, especially in North Africa. And I think that when we're looking at our children, what we need to do is we need to look at teaching them moral values. We need to look at educating them around all of the issues. But we need to also remember if they're going back to a broken home where the people aren't healed, then all of the work that we're doing during the school day is getting ruined when they go home. So we have to work at education on all levels. We have to keep doing the response, but we really, really need to focus on healing our nation.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Matibedi, he is the master trainer, Soul City. From your experience working in communities, what does a truly survivor-centered response look like?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Moderator. Before I respond, I would like to say Ms. Kawa's protected fight for justice, Ms. Badiran's immediate trust in the justice system, and Ms. Patient's losses. These are the realities of many other girls, women, and the gender diversity of South Africa. Gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa is not only a criminal or social issue, it's a systematic failure of governance, justice, and accountability, rooted in equality and power dynamics. Despite us having strong legislation and the NSP or Gbvf, women, children, and gender diverse persons continue to experience alarming levels of violence. And that's the reality we live in. So, for us to actually implement a program that benefits the marginalized, a program that benefits the girls, young women in communities, we need to put young women and girls at the center of our programs. And how do we do that? We have spoken of inequalities in terms of money, inequalities in terms of job opportunities, inequalities in terms of access to education. And these are the realities that are being faced by young women and girls. So for us to actually have a program that is centered around ensuring that young women and girls are not found wanting, are not found in spaces where they are at risk, we need to actually empower them in these spaces. We need to ensure that we provide them a platform. Young women don't need a voice. Women don't need a voice. They have a voice. We need to listen to them. We need to provide them platforms to speak. We need to provide them platforms of support. And that's how, as a program that will benefit them in communities, and a program that will ensure that they are empowered moving forward in facing the struggles. And lastly, the issue of healing. That's the biggest issue. I'm happy I'm here in this room right now, and I'm seeing less men in this room. And for me, that's the challenge, because men, we don't take accountability. We don't take accountability for our actions. So the second layer of our program should then benefit or challenge men to actually make a difference and actually change their ways. As we move on to the other areas of our society, looking at social norms in communities, because the other problems lie in the communities. Because a young woman will come in and say, I'm raped, and your family will say, no, the case is closed. And yet we are forgetting that the victim in this case will have to live with the scourge of being raped for years to come. So that's another area that we need to deal with. The last area that we need to focus on is the laws and systems that we have in our country, because we need to strengthen those. And we also need to ensure that the implementers, we need to ensure that the lawmakers also understand what the laws mean and how do we go forward in terms of ensuring that everyone is then protected, because as a country we say that it's a right for everyone to be protected in this country, no matter your gender or no matter your background.
Okay, you have talked about men and I suppose boys as well. How can we bring them into this discourse and ensure that they provide the impactful resolutions and interventions to change and rehabilitate families and
I believe it starts from the beginning. When I grew up some years ago, there was a culture of Amahulud man. And Amahulud man were brothers who looked clean, brothers who took care of themselves, brothers who would sit at the corner and give direction as a young man. We don't have those nowadays. We have Amahulud man who are competing with boys in class. We have Amahulud man who are competing with boys in taverns. And they are busy trying to charm young women and girls. And in some cases, it's the the one from Mamelodi of the gentleman who's 38, who killed a 21-year-old. That's a wrong instance. So what we need to do right now is to actually have our grown-man who have conversations with young boys in communities about these challenges. And we need to have a situation where in our communities, men lead conversations with young boys and engage young boys in these talks around gender-based violence. But they don't only talk to them about gender-based violence, but also how to behave as men. Meanwhile, they actually become role models as well. I come from a family where my father used to beat up my mom every day, so I never had a positive role model. I'm glad that my best friend's father actually played that role to give me a different directive in terms of what a man can be. So what I'm saying is, it's upon men to actually take a stand as well and say, how do we educate young boys? How do we grow these young boys? Because socialization is also leading to the statistics that we spoke about, that young people are now engaged in rape because no one is telling them what's right, no one is telling them what's wrong. Men have become springboks, as we know, that we run away from our responsibilities, we run away from raising our boy children, we run away from raising our children. So men need to play a role, and the role starts from actually educating ourselves as men on the problems and the challenges that we cause through our actions and how we can solve them and becoming role models for these young boys.
Now, Mr. Chauke, do you agree? Do you agree, Mr. Chauke? Do you agree? How do you think that men and boys can become the agents of change?
I would like to agree with my colleagues here. Right? And the most important thing that we need to do is to do the training, education. But that needs to be done actively and purposefully. We should not do it with the tick box, box that will provide the strategic way to violence. We need to take it from the ground up to the level where these people actually invest in, for instance. So somewhere along the line, so that we don't have a broken kind of, value chain of keeping that awareness all the time. Because like the youth, whether it's a boy or a child, a boy or a girl, go through different stages. At some point in life, if one of those stages is broken, the future they might look very, very big. So I'm saying that as much as we do all these youth camps, we do all this citizen training, we do all this culture training, let's do it through the value chain. Most importantly, as government, let's not only decide on policy, but let's fund actively these activities so that we keep our youth in those problems to all their life.
Do you think that men understand what patriarchy means in practical terms? Do you think that they know? In practical terms?
Well, that's a very difficult question.
Practical terms.
I think it's a very, very difficult question. I'm saying that because I don't think they do understand. I think education is very important. And if we don't educate people first, best way of educating people is to practicalize it, use arts, some of my colleagues have said, but that's the best way of showing examples. Maybe that would be the best way of teaching them how to
He talked about arts. Do you think that with arts we could diffuse the role classifications that a woman must cook, a man must drive the car and read the newspaper? Can we diffuse that using arts?
I think there's a heavy burden to place on arts, but I think it has to start when people are young. Our schools have to play a much more critical role. We can't look at education in a siloed mentality. Every single thing we do in the curriculum, whether it's a written curriculum or a hidden curriculum, needs to focus on issues of equality. It needs to focus on how we raise boy children, girl children, LGBTQIA+ children. We need to create awareness and build a prevention mindset at a very young age. And that is how identities are formed, understanding of empathy, care, respect, body protection, and understanding safe spaces. So while arts are incredibly important because they really attach themselves to how healing can happen, how storytelling can happen, how subliminal messaging can happen, to deal with actually stopping presenting can only happen if we move away from our siloed manner of addressing problems and create more open dialogue, open spaces, even if we're teaching a subject like music or let me take mathematics or geography. Talk about body geography, spatial geography, not only just land and water and so on. We need to have a more integrated view of how we educate our students. And I think one of the realities, and we touched on it, that we are a violent country. But more importantly, we seem to have a very high tolerance for violence. We accept a lot of violence. And the challenge with patriarchy is silence. And patriarchy lives in a room where nobody can call it out. So we need to create a space where that silent sense of violence, that emotional, psychological, physiological violence needs to be broken. And we need to create an environment where gender identities recognize there's something unsavory in this conversation, in this space. But that's not going to happen when young people are 18 and 19 and 20. It needs to happen from birth, where they are alert to the reality. And we also have to recognize that prevention cannot just be dealt with by a person. It is requiring for us to be more conscious about transformation, cultural transformation, and acceptance that sometimes is inappropriate. And hence our tolerance for inappropriate behavior is so great. And we continue to leave that door for insidious patriarchy to enter the room in every space.
I agree. Now, Naomi, just briefly, one 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Do you think that a suspended sentence to an accused person, a convicted accused person who is remorseful before the bench is justifiable?
I think firstly it depends on the context in which the case itself. The factors involved will ultimately determine that. But I do think in the context of restorative justice that we must come into play, because you can be remorseful to the court, but to what extent are you remorseful to yourself? And then to what extent are you remorseful to those that you have harmed? So for me, I would say, let's emphasize the issue around restorative justice, and let's ensure that those who make a claim for remorsefulness are doing it not self-servingly, but with the full appreciation of the impact that they have had, not only to the individual, but the individual in relation to society as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, Miss Henry. Miss Henry, what are the early signs, early warning signs society often misses before the violence occurs?
So I think this is a difficult question. I'm not sure I have the answer because that is easy to notice and identify. We may not on the issue that we have. But I think the survivors that we had speak are very flags in terms of the relationships that might be there with all families, or behavior, gaslighting, these different kinds of things. But I think one of the things we need to also just make sure is that we are keeping special eye on those who are vulnerable to the risk factors of gender-based violence. We know that people who have been previous victims are highly likely to be victims again of gender-based violence. There's an age vulnerability, there's a socioeconomic status vulnerability, there's communities such as your queer community and your disability community that are especially vulnerable. So I think if we also just try and put emphasis on making sure that we check on those who are especially vulnerable to gender-based violence, we can try and do something to work towards some of these early warning signs so that we don't end up in this case of femicide. So I think the other thing we also just need to look at and make sure we look at is the potential perpetrators themselves as well. We know statistically how much of gender-based violence and femicide is preceded by substance and alcohol abuse. If there is someone who is prone to abusing alcohol, if there's someone who does like to drink, to party, the chances are increased that there's going to be the perpetration of gender-based violence. We also need to look at the childhood aspect in which they've grown up. If the community knows that there's a child that's grown up in an abusive family setting, that the chances of them being a victim and or a perpetrator are in fact higher. So I think we need to not just look at the warning signs once perpetration has happened. I think we need to really look at, can we support those who we know statistically are vulnerable. Unfortunately, we also know that a very high number of women and people from the community are victims, and so we should be checking on each other. We know that we probably do have someone close to us who is a victim and who is suffering some form of gender-based violence. And so we constantly need, as humans, to check in on each other, to guide to each other, and make sure that we are doing our best to intervene at an early stage.
A lot has been said about the court system that has failed many victims. Do you think that it will be proper to have a judicial officer presiding over a case, being the victim of domestic violence?
I'm not sure I have the expertise to answer that, but I think it's probably a yes and no answer. I think previous victims come with an emotional trauma that might not necessarily play itself out in ways to act objectively in terms of the support, but of course it is then that relatable understanding to the victim and that sense of empathy that someone who has been a victim themselves can provide. So I think it would be contextual to the person, but I do think if that person, they need to bound themselves in a healed phase and not still be going through that trauma themselves, so that they're triggered by anything that they might be dealing with. So if we do have people who have been victims or supporting other victims, I mean, I can't emphasize the importance of that. It's critical that they need to be in a space where they have dealt with their trauma and they are
Yes. Because sometimes they would have this misdirected anger towards the victim. Now the time is over, but I would like to just give one word. A lot has been said because we need to be responsive to all the survivors and the overcomers who were here. One word. They've all spoken about the criminal justice system that failed them. But now I would like you to give us one word that you think that should define the criminal justice system that is effective, that is responsive, that is agile, that is victim-centric. One word. One word to define the criminal justice system that you would have want these survivors to have received. One word.
So I think for me it would be central coordination.
Good. Thank you. I hope that you are noting that down.
Urgency. Urgency. But can I say one more thing before you?
It's one word.
I said my word, but I'm going to take advantage now to say I would really appreciate that this platform, and I mentioned it to Ms. Neptune, that we share this with the Tswana University of Technologies after this symposium on GBV. And I invite the SLU, this platform, to really expand the dialogue from 3 hours to 3 days. Advocate and
Yes,
please.
yes. Exactly. I support you 120%. One word.
Accountability.
Accountability, yes.
So one word is really hard. I don't know how you guys come up with one word so quickly. So I'm going to say survivor, focused, and centered.
Survivor, focused, and centered. Okay, it's got two hyphens. Okay, yeah. Survivor, hyphen, centered, hyphen, focused. Yes.
From commitment to consequence.
Okay, you failed the test.
That's the way to put it.
Yes.
Innovation.
Innovation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our expertise in gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you so much for sharing with us the wealth of your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate and the team. We've listened to a lot of speakers. We are now going to the next part, which is the stakeholder spotlight. But can the band just make us relax our mind when the following people are coming through? Representative from the SAPS, Advocate B. Kare, Mr. R. Frobler, Ms. M. Tombeni, Dr. Malabella Howe, and PSA General Manager, Mr. R. Maleka. Can you all line up here? Can we have something from the band before we start this part?
They didn't. And by the way, how are you? I don't know if you remember me from UWC. Subs.
Thank you very much. At least we've opened up our minds for the next segment. And this is the segment that deals with stakeholder spotlight. I think, Epchun, you must take up that offer from the Tshwane University of Technology, because trying to pack this thing into 3 hours is impossible. We thought we would write it up to 12 o'clock, but you can see. That said, we are getting into this segment. We try and do it as quickly as possible. How many minutes do we give? 3 minutes. Okay, we start. I'm not going to stand up again, one after the other. Tell us who you are, and then you take it from there. We start with SEPS. Bali?
Thank you, Program Director. And I must say it is quite an honor, and we're quite grateful to the SIU to invite us here. Now, you come with a very packed question. I'll try and do it in 3 minutes, but I cannot guarantee. My name is Mbali Mngadi. I am the section head for vulnerable groups and victim empowerment. And I can see my fellow activists there, Abo, Praise, Shoki, and other colleagues around the table. There's Naomi as well, and the Mahlangu lady. It is quite a challenge. Let's see. To summarize issues, could I propose that we look at it as institutional accountability and individual accountability? Because I think there tends to be an assumption that what the individual does is because of something that is lacking in the enabling environment by the institution. Having said that, I really am much in sympathy with a lot of what has been said around performance, around ensuring that whatever framework you provide at least sensitizes people, makes them more human. Let us say, in order to prepare our members for a professional service that is sensitive to the needs of victims, we have tried to have your national instructions, directives, which are policy directives, your SOPs. We've provided that for the victims of crime. We've provided it for specifically addressing domestic violence, specifically addressing sexual offenses. We've provided an SOP on the LGBTI sector. We have provided an SOP as well as guidelines for how to provide services sensitive to the needs of people with various disabilities. So the framework is there. Training, yes, same story. We have social context that actually is designed to sensitize our members and make them more empathetic towards the needs of a victim of crime. We specifically in the victim empowerment training, for example, we will have your listening skills, your listening skills, how to listen actively, non-judgmental behavior, all the issues that just ensure that a victim is comfortable to tell you their story. And what have we also done? We came with the initiative that says, could we please, when it comes to issues of intimate violence, which tends to be an embarrassing thing to shout over a counter there in the CSC, in the Community Service Center, could we rather have the private space? Now, whether it's a designated private space, yes, then there's a designated victim-friendly room. But in the absence of that designated private space, then let station management provide an alternative arrangement. It could be having the interview in the office of detectives, for an example. If you are in Deep Kloof, for example, then you are in luck because there's also the victim friend, the Tutuzela Care Center right there at Krisani Paraparanda. So I'm just giving an example of how the enabling environment has said, these are the standards from which you shall not deviate. We've also said, okay, here is the training. When it comes to domestic violence, from 2003 onwards, we have had a module addressing domestic violence in the basic training. So really all this that you hear, that gives the perception that people haven't been provided with the tools, I'm not sure. Now, okay, actively, what does it mean? We're also looking at the prevention issues. Actively, there are several areas through which you can report. You can report by walking into the CSC, yes? You could also report by phoning in. There are various reporting lines through which you can report, 08600 10111 being one of them. It's the sort of things we'll also make children sing out in the school-based programs, just so that they remember the number. You could also, at the scene of the incident, then also provide information on what has happened, right? What we've also said in this regard, for instance, in action, how do we have an early intervention that ensures that a situation doesn't escalate in a domestic violence incident. We have stipulated that members should always, when attending to a scene of an incident, go in pairs. There's a reason for that. Whilst the one member is talking and keeping away the victim away from the, or well, at this stage, you may not even know who's the victim, who's the offender. But you keep the two people apart. You try and establish what is going on. If you see that obviously a crime has been committed, then you can arrest that person on the spot, put a charge on them without needing even an arrest warrant. Again, that prevents an issue from escalating into something that can be lethal. Okay, so this is what the policy says. And in practice, I know, like we have method over there, that there are a lot of committed and highly passionate people who got into the police because they were motivated by the idea of ensuring that there is proper services provided to victims and that crime is being addressed properly with integrity. Right. So this is now the ideal situation, and maybe what comes to our attention will unfortunately usually be where people are not doing what is required of them. So what to do in that situation? In our awareness raising campaigns, we will encourage people that they should report, number one. We will also encourage, if you are not receiving the service that is required, please do not hesitate to bring it to the attention of station management. There is simply a good reason for this. You want station management to address the issue immediately and remedy the situation. It is part of your ensuring there is institutional accountability. Let the station management deal with it and address it and correct it immediately. Okay. Then in the absence, if you have put your issues to station management and you are still not getting what you would require, we have requested stations to ensure that, for instance, as you enter the CSC strategically on the walls, we should have visibly the contact details of station management in case you need to call them, or the contact details and/or the contact details of your inspectorate, indicating for complaints you can contact this number. So there it is. That's all part of the station accountability and ensuring that in action you are getting the social justice that is required. Now, could I just come back to this issue, please, of your individual accountability? I don't think we're using that option enough. It is not for want of an enabling environment that we have a lot of these issues of people not doing what is required. Now, what normally then happens is the person to get sued becomes the minister and the national commissioner. That's people who were not even there when Constable Ngadi was ill-treating a victim. So the option of also adding and prioritizing Constable Ngadi so that Constable Mngadi should know that, hey, I'll have to partly pay. This is an option that we really should be looking at. Okay, so what happens when somebody has done what is not required and you've now told a station management? Disciplinary process, or at least there's an inquiry to first establish exactly what happened, who did what. I think Praise referred to the issue of the 24-hour protection order. 24-hour protection order, you find that Constable Mngadi is looking at a protection order that says Esgodin Saso Pongolo in the Pongolo district. I'm actually giving a very real example of what has happened. Now, the protection order is not issued by the police, it's issued by another entity, the court process. So if Mngadi has to find a Vilakazi, Esgodin Sasopongolo is a big place to cover, trying to find what is the correct address. So that protection order is not going to get delivered within 24 hours. So I think this also relates to what somebody else said, that we need to have clarity on the roles, responsibilities, and what is happening along the value chain. I think, colleagues, just to complete this, when we started, the Honorable Minister, referred to the first responders being the people who are immediately in touch with the victims and the offenders. And why not? After all, they're the people who brought up a young man who may not respect a young woman. So, yeah, first responders to me should be all those people who are part of forming the norms and values of that person as they're growing up and being socialized on how to interact with everybody. In a nutshell, I'm sorry, I think I may have just surpassed my 3 minutes, but I hope this will sufficiently cover. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I make no promises. I'm a prosecutor. We speak for a living. So good morning. I am Advocate Bonnie Karigamwo. I am the National Head of the Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit of the National Prosecuting Authority. So, Madam Program, let me call it, the current program speaks to, that I'm supposed to speak about prevention and early intervention. Unfortunately, that was not conveyed to me, so I'm going to go with what was conveyed to me, which is justice through partnership, the TCC model, and integrated response. I think it is appropriate still. When I've listened to the other speakers, and particularly the survivors, and the panel before this, they spoke about what would a criminal justice system look like. And the word coordination came up, the word accountability came up, and the word, Prof, I'm not sure if I'm using the correct word, you may have used it differently, but I think it was prioritization. And so When I look at all of those words, you've described the Thuthuzela Care Center model. So what is it? So an impactful response to the scourge of gender-based violence in South Africa, an impactful response, because there are many responses, but an impactful response in this country must be multi-sectoral. It must be an integrated response. And the TCC model is exactly that. It was introduced by the NPA in collaboration with key stakeholders, key government stakeholders, in the year 2000. And what is it? It is a court-directed, and I want you to listen to that one. It is court-directed. It is a one-stop GBV facility which provides the most comprehensive triad of GBV services, which is the psychosocial, the medical, but also importantly, the legal services under one roof. That's the importance of it. And why is that important? It is geared to reduce secondary victimization, because you don't have to go all over the show. You come to one space when you are a victim of gender-based violence, you report, you get all of your services under one roof. It is also importantly geared to increase the conviction rate in especially sexual offenses, and building a case for successful prosecution. That's why it is court-directed. It is a model which embeds, in my mind, the victim-centered approach, which we've been speaking about the entire morning. And it forces almost the NPA to embed that victim-centered approach throughout the organization in how we deal with our victims. But it also embeds that same victim-centered approach in the police, because they are one of our key stakeholders and partners in this model. Because we have the FCS unit that is linked to all of our TCCs that we have. We also have the Department of Social Development, who provide us with the psychosocial support. And then we have the NGO sector, with whom we wouldn't be able to even run the TCCs 24/7 if it wasn't for that sector. So it really is a pooling of resources that has happened to ensure that the victim of gender-based violence gets the best that this country can offer. But importantly, the model is also a shared understanding of the needs of the victim. I think right at the beginning, somebody said that we need to ask our victims what they need. And that's an important one. So we are hoping that through this TCC model, and if we look at the successes we've had with the model, we believe that we are on the right trajectory, in that it does speak to an understanding of the needs of a victim. Each partner understands their role in the TCC model. I think that's the beauty of it, is that they do understand their role. There's a role for the police, there's a role for the prosecutor, there's a role for the social worker, there's a role for the NGO sector. There's a role for the doctor, for the nurse, for everyone that is providing services within this model. Importantly, they are, because they understand their role, they are able to ensure that the victim is empowered to become a survivor. Importantly, this response has directly, positively impacted on the conviction rate. So in 2010, we had a conviction rate of about 60%. We are now to date sitting at 77.5% in respect of sexual offenses. But those are cases coming through the TCCs. You can clap. No one claps for the NPA. You can clap, right? And it's to prosecute gender-based violence is difficult. I don't need to tell anyone in this room how difficult it is. I don't need to tell you what the trauma involved there is, but also on prosecutors, also on the police, also on the doctor, on the nurse, on the social worker who has to deal with these matters. But despite that, we've been able to increase our conviction rates. At the moment, we have 66 TCCs. It's way too little still. We are going to try and push to have far more, to be linked to more of the FCS units of the police, to ensure that it does not matter where you enter or where you seek the service, whether it's Beaufort West in the Western Cape or wherever, you must receive the same services. And that is for us, the TCC. Ultimately, we are hoping that the Thuthuzela Care Center model and the success of it will increase trust and confidence in this criminal justice system of ours. It's been said we have the best laws. We do, but it is about implementation. But it's also about the confidence of the victim to want to trust the system, to access the system, to get justice. And through the TCCs, that is exactly what we are trying to do by ensuring that we apply a victim-centered approach throughout what we do. But I must end off by saying to address gender-based violence in this country requires an all-of-society approach. You cannot prosecute your way out of gender-based violence. You can't even investigate your way out of gender-based violence. It does require an all-of-society approach. We have a violent discourse in this country. The numbers in respect of our child offenders is increasing all the time, as Praise correctly indicated. And so until we as a country understand that it has to be an all-of-society approach, I think we are not going to be able to deal with the scourge appropriately. But one way in which, as a NPA, we remain committed to addressing gender-based violence within our own mandate is through the Thuthuzela Care Center model. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rob, and I'm from Lira, Southern Africa, and I'm a very obedient person, so I'm going to try and stick to 3 minutes today. Lira, Southern Africa, for those of you who don't know, we're an organization who offers employee health and well-being services to other organizations and institutions. And I've been asked to speak about the psychological impact on employees and institutions of GBV. So I'm going to, Lira loves to follow the science. We love to follow the data. So I'm going to try and use 2 data points to illustrate the impact. And the first one is, when we receive calls in our care centers, so we offer, as I said, we offer psychological support, financial coaching, those kind of services to victims. And we receive about 30 GBV cases every day. And when we receive the data in, because we offer support to organizations, we do a work impact scoring assessment. So how does this particular problem impact your ability to perform at work? The options are negligible, moderate, significant, or severe. Severe meaning that the victim is unable to go to work, or if they are at work, they're unable to contribute in any meaningful way. In 2021, within the GBV cases, 17% of those cases identified as severe, so they were not able to attend work or they were not able to contribute at work. Just 4 short years later, in 2025, it has increased year on year to 38%. And we expect it to continue along this trajectory. So very soon, almost half of GBV cases will not be able to reach their workplace or perform at work. That's one of the institutional sort of effects that it's having. It's costing our economy, on average, 35 billion a year. It almost seems grotesque to talk about the financial impact on our economy when we've heard so many stories about the human impact today and the cost of quality of life, or life itself, in fact. So I'm going to leave you with the second stat that I had for today. And that is, so when we capture data for these types of cases, there is obviously the primary problem, which is gender-based violence, but there are often associated problems with that. So it comes hand in hand with alcohol abuse, with homicidal threat, with suicidal threat, with stress, depression, etc., those different types of problem types. What's concerning to me is that there's always been homicidal threat, there's always been suicidal threat, but in the past 2 years, suicidal threat is outperforming homicidal threat as a co-presenting problem, which to me signals the fact that victims have lost hope, and that they know that the structures that are in place are no longer there to support them and are failing them. So not a great picture, quite a glum picture. And I'm going to leave it there. I want to thank the SIU for the opportunity to present here today and for opening this dialogue, because I think that as much as what hope seems to be lost, we can rebuild that by keeping the conversation open, using our voices, and speaking up at these platforms. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Miriam, and I am from Asian Domestic Workers Alliance, which is an advice office for domestic workers in Gauteng, basically in South Africa, but we have a branch in Johannesburg. So, as you know, domestic workers are the most vulnerable people in one of the informal sectors, like settlements. So most of them do face gender-based violence at their workplaces. And as you know, as vulnerable as they are, most of them are very scared to go and report the cases to the police station because of mainly they are afraid to lose their jobs and are very scared of their employer. Sometimes they'll be getting threats because they are, you know, most of them, they are getting low paid wages. So if they lose their jobs, they don't even know where they're gonna get the next job and put food on their table. So they adhere to whatever the employer is saying to them. And to an extent that most employers reach to their domestic workers for sexual favors. And most of them, they don't have a choice. And especially they are living domestic workers that stay there full time at the employers' houses. They feel like they don't have any say. They are bound to just agree to what the employer is asking them. So I don't know how we can navigate against it. We've been trying as an organization. We are based mostly in labor, like we teach them mostly about their labor rights and for the unfair dismissals and everything, and we give them support. But while we are dealing those cases mainly, we do get cases that are linked with gender-based violence at work. And most of them, they are scared to report the cases because even the CCMA commissioners don't regard them as, they don't treat them, they don't take their stories very well. So I don't know, my appeal to, I think everyone in this house, most of you are employers of domestic workers. If I'm not mistaken, 3/4 of people in this house have a domestic worker in their house. We need to treat them fairly and adhere to the labor rights. And also remember, domestic workers are humans as well. They've got families to take care of. So my appeal is, with this gender-based violence, it mustn't stop on only, we only mustn't make noise only on the 16 days. It must be something that must be done throughout the year. Like, because we face this on a daily basis. So our focus should be on it on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Maleka, PSA General Manager, the Union of Choice. Kyalabo Masoroga and the Program Director. I've actually prepared a speech on beyond the negotiating table, but I've realized that we have taken much time and there's already been a request that probably we need more time where we can be able to debate. So I'm just going to summarize what has been said without going into my speech. And I've also negotiated with my sister union to start first because it's got 3 pages. On the 12th of June, I've attended a funeral in Soekmekar with the minister, Honorable Kubai, where we buried one of our shop stewards, Ms. Rapudi. She was a shop steward who was a maintenance officer. She started working at the Mokopane with the matric. She enrolled for LLB, she completed. She was about to complete LLM. And she was one of the very productive shop steward of the PSA. And she was a victim of GBV, murdered by the husband on the 5th of June. So for me, where I'm standing is that I've heard everything that has been said by everybody that was standing here. The victims themselves telling very touching stories. But I was more actually interested in what was said by the youth representative. I think her name is Miss Glanjwa, because that goes to the actual response to the question of today. Prevent today, protect tomorrow. Because where we are sitting today, we might be talking about legislation, courts, and prosecution and everything, but that is the after effects. Every day, there's something that happens. The question is that how to prevent it. Then it answers this prevent today. And I think that's where we must start. It starts with the morals of the society. It starts with the social norms of the society. And also in the workplace. If the society can promote that you can have mavuso, that's where the problem starts. If the society can promote that if you go to a tavern and drink and you find a lady that cannot afford, you buy that lady drinks, it's automatic, it's yours. That's where the problem starts. The problem also is in the workplaces. You apply for a position, an advert fairly, you qualify, they say they want a diploma, you've got a diploma. The problem starts when you send your CV, you feel that you must send your picture. What for? Why do you want to send a picture if the job is not about how beautiful you are or how you look? That's where the problem starts. Then somebody that must shortlist looking at the pictures, no longer who must qualify. So the workplace, there are enough legislations in the workplace. The PSA championed the workplace legislation. The Occupational Health and Safety Act talks in section 8 that the obligation is on the employer to ensure safety workplaces. That is Advocate Mutiwi in SIU. And there's also section 10 of the Employment Equity Act. And in 2013, through NETLEC, we amended that act to say that if it's about sexual harassment, section 10, as regarded unfair discrimination, sexual harassment can be arbitrated in the CCMA. It's no longer a labor court matter, because courts takes time to finalize cases. It's a speedy resolution where we deal with sexual harassment. But the question is that, does the workplace or the employees knows about their rights? Come to PSA, will teach you. So, in short, what I'm saying all those books that have been written, everything else that has been said here, if it's not known elsewhere, it's known by the few of us here, it does not assist in answering the question, prevent today. Convert those books into social media, according to what has been said by Ms. Glanjwa. Because social media, if you take the state, 58% of communication in the community goes to social media. Put everything in TikTok. Put all that has been written in a book form in Facebook. Because the signals are already there. Many people that commit or the perpetrators actually give signals before the actions. I have checked a month ago, one of the perpetrators that slaughtered the wife and the sister. If you check his Facebook, I've checked his Facebook. A month before that deed, he was actually signaling that he's going to do it. So every now and then there are signals. Those who, and sometimes they say a drunk person is very honest. One of the perpetrators said that the husband was alcohol abuse. Normally when somebody is drunk, I'll kill you. And sometimes you might think that is just a word. It's a signal. So prevent it today. Kelebo.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Musawingosi Malabela. I'm from Nehao, and I'm the so-called sweeper because I'm now doing the GM has assisted in going before me because now I'm going to be sweeping. And thank you very much for the invite. And mine is to talk about zero tolerance of GBV in the workplace. And I've prepared notes and I'm going to time myself so that I don't go over the allocated 10 minutes. No, it's fine, yes. So basically what we're saying is that we know that GBV is a pandemic. We're not going to go through that. And one of the things that we're saying is that basically as a pandemic and as employers and trade unions, we have to make sure that we know that the workplace is a microcosm of what's happening actually in society, and we have to find ways on actually how to deal with GBV and femicide. So one of the things is that we think that we have to broaden the understanding of GBV because it's not just a narrow issue of harassment. It goes beyond that because it includes physical abuse, psychological abuse, and now with issues of mental health, it should be things that we look at when we're looking at how we can deal with GBV specifically in the workplace. And the ILO Convention C190 on violence and sexual harassment actually is a tool which South Africa is a signatory to, is a tool that we can use in actually making sure that we deal with issues of sexual harassment as part of GBV in the workplace. And one of the things is that it makes sexual harassment part of OHS, so that as we deal with issues of OHS in the workplace and we put committees on OHS, they also have to address issues of GBV as part of the issue of sexual harassment and violence in the workplace, because the employer is obliged to create a conducive environment for and a safe and a conducive environment for their employees. So that's basically what we're saying. And then one of the issues that we think we should stress is the issue of wellness and well-being officers in the workplace. And then as trade unions, we must participate in that and facilitate and making sure that we have these committees or officers in the workplace in order to make sure that we deal with the issues of GBV. And in the issue of zero tolerance, we think we should play an active role in making sure that employers are harsh and put system in place and making sure that perpetrators are not protected by the system. And as our colleagues have mentioned, that the process just takes a long time. And then I was having this conversation with colleagues that if you are drunk at the workplace, you're dismissed on the spot. You commit GBV, you can even retire the case dragging to actually be finalized. So that's one of the things that we have to make sure that we have to actually make sure that we deal with this issue of GBV, because if we were to end it, there should be consequences, and people should see action being taken. Someone just said, "Good law is just law. If there are no actions or consequences, it then becomes useless because I can do the thing." And you find multiple offenders that actually do these things over a period of time, and then they are not prosecuted. So we have to find ways on actually making sure that employers themselves make sure that perpetrators of sexual violence and GBV are not protected. If I commit an issue of GBV in the community, why should I come back to work while I have a case that I have to answer to on GBV? I think employers also have to look at ways on how we deal with this issue so that we don't have GBV perpetrators. And the trade unions also, I think that's our role that we should be playing. And then the issue of, I think, one of our colleagues, the psychologist, spoke about the psychosocial impact of these of GBV, and then we have to look at ways on how do we deal with that. And then employers should offer space and support for these victims. And like we mentioned, the issue of these wellness officers and dealing with issues of secondary victimization of offenders, or not offenders, of the victims, that when they have to go and report these cases, some people, they feel like they're going through over the same process. We have to look at ways on how to deal with that. And then finally, we think we have to do with the issue of toxic masculinity in workplaces. So we have to make sure that we protect the vulnerable, and then we don't encourage toxic masculinity. The GM just made an example of people sending pictures when they have to send CVs. We have to deal with that culture that's happening there. And then in closing, I know you indicating that I have to stand down, but as the sweeper, I must leave punchlines so that we close it nice. So we say that this thing of and even the theme says that we have to look at ways on how the theme says we prevent. So it should be a lived experience. It should be lived, that the fact that we prevent in the workplace, and not stop being sloganeering. So we have said, oh, the theme said prevent today and protect tomorrow. It shouldn't be sloganeering, but it should be a lived experience that we should experience in the workplace. And the unions and the employers should work hand in glove in making sure that this slogan becomes a lived reality of victims of gender-based violence and femicide in the workplace. Thank you very much. And it's from the Red Union. Yes, Amand.
Thank you, colleagues. You can step down. And without wasting any further time, we will go to the next segment. We hope this segment will take us straight to 1 o'clock with everything done from now until vote of thanks. So it's going to be very strict, and I'm sorry about that, but we have to do it this way. The message of support, can the colleagues as named or also in the program, Dr. Minette Plaki, Ms. S. Shabalala, Mr. T. Malatsi, Ms. B. Larumo, someone from the NYDA, and Caitlin Linder, someone from GIZ, and Ms. V. Pillay. Can you colleagues join us in the podium, 1 minute and a half each, to give your message of support from this dialogue going forward? Thank you very much. Can Dr. Plaki join me on the podium so that we can start?
for 2 years. It was saying, but how many of them like hold this family member? Or makes you feel like that is not great. Illness that relates to forensic evidence that damage trust for years, cases that disappear into silence. And when there are no bruises or blood, society looks away, as if violence must be visible to be real. We have been called the global leader in GBVF statistics for years. We know this. We know our women and children are dying. So why has nothing changed? Because silence is cheaper than reform, because blame is easier than service, because empathy takes effort and follow-through takes will. Change will only come when our systems work as hard as survivors fight to stay alive. When every report is taken seriously, when the first response is informed, compassionate, and credible, when justice is not a privilege but a promise. The first step in healing begins with doing the need. It begins with listening without judgment. It begins with each of us refusing to look away, stand in, speak up, act. Because silence is complicity, and survivors deserve more than yours.
Tula tu, tula baba, tula sana, tulu babu zobuya ekuseni.
Thank you, Program Director. You can see this Program Director is strict. She even had to fetch me there and told me what to say and within what time. So I'll leave the Tumedi Sokao fella, it belongs to the protocols. On behalf of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, I wish to extend a message of support to all participants and organizers of this important gender-based and violence dialogue. And the chosen theme reminds us that prevention is not a single act, but a continuous commitment to changing behaviors, systems, and mindsets that allow violence to persist in our communities. This dialogue takes place at a crucial time when our nation continues to confront the persistent scourge of GBVF, an act which is a violation of human rights that erodes the very fabric of our communities. The theme reminds us that prevention is the cornerstone of protection. The actions we take today to challenge harmful social norms, to empower women and girls, and to engage men and boys as partners in change will determine the kind of society we build for future generations. Therefore, this dialogue provides a vital platform to reflect on the root causes of GBV and to strengthen partnerships, but also to reaffirm our shared responsibility to build a South Africa where every woman, man, and child can live free from fear and harm. As government, through this department, we remain committed to leading and coordinating national efforts in implementing the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. And in this instance, we are translating Pillar 2 into practice, which focuses on prevention. We recognize that prevention requires collective responsibility, and that goes across government, civil society, private sector, traditional sector, and faith-based leaders, and every South African. It starts with all of us in our homes, schools, workplaces, and communities. And by investing in prevention, we safeguard the dignity, safety, and future of the next generation. Together, let us accelerate the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. Let us redirect a higher percentage of our financial resources in terms of funding to prevention programs, noting that these resources are limited, but we need to be intentional in our funding models. We do have the data. We know the geographic areas that are hardest hit, which sectors are affected most in particular, which is children and women. Therefore, let us redirect those resources where they are required most. In conclusion, this year's launch of 16 days will actually focus on a prevention summit. The target group is the film industry, the creative arts sector, media, and entertainment sector. We firmly believe that these sectors can play a crucial role in preventing GBVF, but they also have a potential to fuel GBVF unwittingly. Let this dialogue inspire collective action, collaboration, and compassion, because when we prevent today, we truly protect tomorrow. Thank you.
Colleagues, I would love that you join the podium soon after the next speaker so that I don't have to come and call you. I'm sorry about that.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the program director is very strict. After listening to the voices, my name is Buntle Lerumo. I'm representing the Public Service Sector Education and Training Authority. And after listening to the voices of the survivors today, I was reminded by the design thinking concept that whatever that you do, put yourself in the shoes of your customer, put yourself in the shoes of the survivors, because we don't do that. Before we identify training interventions as a SETA, for example, I think we need to start listening to the voice of the survivors. And as SP SETA, we understand that skills development can really play a vital role in preventing and responding to gender-based violence. And one of the speakers mentioned that, and I was touched when she said, we need skills, we need mental support, we need things like financial literacy, we need to be empowered. We are using that as a SETA, because as a SETA, we empower women and we try to revive local economies, because we are saying for local economies to thrive, we need to make sure that we create businesses there. So we have moved away from a SETA that only trains on public administration. So we do have programs where we target and empower women, especially those in the rural areas. But after attending today's dialogue, Advocate Muti, I even had to send a message to my team to say, this time, we're not only going to do rural areas, but we need to touch victims of GBV, because it's an area that we've been neglecting. Because as a SETA, what we want to do, we want to fix the crimes of women, rural or GBV, and currently we support cooperatives that are owned by women, and we give them financial freedom. We want to make sure that we improve their livelihoods in order for them to become dependent. We fix the crimes of women by giving them the confidence they deserve, by giving them the skills that can lead to decent work, and even maybe end up starting their own businesses. Because if you are free financially, then you won't be a victim of domestic violence or GBV. So in closing, colleagues, I'm saying together as a collective and through collaboration, we can change this narrative in South Africa. Together, we can make change, or together we can be change makers. So let us stop talking and be change agents. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Tibelo Maladzi, the investigation manager from University of Johannesburg. I'm standing in for the organization named as Composer. I'll greet you all again and say good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues and partners. I'm standing here as we have a MOU with SIU, where we are dealing with lots of cases and will continue to collaborate in dealing with the scourge of GBVs within campuses. It is an honor to stand before you today on behalf of Campus Protection Society of South Africa, better known as CAMPROSA, an organization that has, for the past 24 years, remained steadfast in its mission to enhance safety, security, and investigative excellence within institutions
of higher learning across our region. COMPROSA represent the Protection and Security Services Departments of 24 South African universities and 4 institutions from neighboring countries. Our shared vision is simple yet profound: to create campuses that are safe havens where students can learn, live, and thrive without fear. We believe that a secure learning environment is the foundation of innovation, growth, and human development. As part of our broader mission, COMPROSA fully supports the national fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We recognize GBVF not just as a society, but as a direct threat to safety and well-being of our campus communities. In response, we have adopted a proactive approach through continuous awareness and prevention campaigns, which begin as early as new student orientation. These programs educate and empower students about safety, reporting mechanisms, and mutual respect from the very start of the academic journey. While cases of GBVF are often managed by the Transformation and Gender Equality units within universities, it is important to note that protection services are the first responders. Our officers are on duty 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, ensuring that every incident receives immediate attention and that victims are treated with dignity, sensitivity, and urgency. Through training, collaboration, and shared best practices, COMPROSA continues to strengthen the role of campus protection services in addressing GBVF, bringing the gap between response and prevention. We are committed to working hand in hand with the stakeholders to build a culture of accountability, safety, and respect across all institutions of higher learning. Together, let us reaffirm our dedication to campuses that are not centers of knowledge, but also spaces of safety, equality, and hope. I thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, my name is Walter Bango. I'm from the NYDA. For sure, all of you know what NYDA stands for, ne? National Youth Development Agency. So for sure, you can see I represent young people. I don't have paper with me, it's just myself. So yeah, I think, let me just say, okay, my name is Walter Bango. I'm the head of strategy in the NYDA. So I think, program director, I will definitely respect your 1 minute time that has been allocated. So as the NYDA, I think we're quite excited for this kind of engagement with all the key stakeholders to ensure that you raise this awareness, that because we know that as the NYDA, there's quite a lot of young people, especially women, that are affected with gender-based. Yes, of course, gender-based violence does not only affect women, but it affects, in the main, most of the young women are in the cold face in terms of being affected by gender-based violence. But we also note that when women are less valued and young girls are also less valued, the same as boys less valued, it creates big risk for our people in our society. So as the National Youth Development Agency, we have even taken a step further to ensure that we are going to raise awareness amongst the young people within the NYDA, where we have even committed those commitments in our strategic plans and APP, and to ensure that young people should not be affected by this. So please, all of you, I will urge with you, wherever you work, please support young people, please protect them. Let's all work together to ensure that young people are not affected by gender-based violence. Thank you.
Dear esteemed guests and previous speakers, my name is Kathleen Lindner. I'm representing the German Development Corporation, in short, GIZ. It is a great pleasure and privilege to address you at this important dialogue hosted by the Special Investigating Unit, and to reiterate Germany's support in South Africa's fight against GBV. Gender-based violence remains one of the most pressing issues of our time, not just in South Africa, but also in Germany and worldwide. Furthermore, recent surveys and research conducted in South Africa highlight a new specific form of gender-based violence, that is sexual corruption, which commonly occurs. As the German Development Corporation, we are pleased to have been a long-standing partner to South Africa and other nations in combating gender-based violence. Through initiatives like our partnerships for prevention of gender-based violence in South Africa, we strive to foster cooperation between government, civil society, and the private sector to prevent violence and to promote gender equality. But also through our Transparency, Integrity, and Accountability program, which has been raising awareness about and addressing sexual corruption, a form of corruption where sexual acts are the currency of abuse of power. Our efforts not only focus on promoting integrity management, but also emphasize gender equality by addressing harmful stereotypes and norms and empowering communities to challenge and overcome deeply rooted issues. We are committed to enhancing capacity development, improving prevention and protection mechanisms, and raising awareness about the importance of gender equality. As we navigate the complexities of these issues, let us remember our actions today will shape the future of tomorrow. Together, let us strive to build a future where gender-based violence is consigned to the pages of history, a future characterized by empathy, equality, and unwavering respect for the inherent dignity of every human being, including the protection of our children. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, program directors and esteemed guests in the fight for justice. I bring you warm greetings today on behalf of the Public Protector of the Republic of South Africa, Advocate Kollega Gbvf. I also express to you her heartfelt apologies for being unable to attend this event today. In her absence, however, I convey to you her unwavering support for the important engagement that the SIU has embarked upon. This engagement is deeply appreciated. It is a matter that lies close to the heart of all of us at the Office of the Public Protector. It touches the very core of our constitutional values, human dignity, equality, and freedoms. Gender-based violence and femicide is not just an individual act of cruelty, but it reflects the systemic failures. It reflects failures in service delivery. It reflects failures in accountability, and it reflects failures in the protection of all people. The Office of the Public Protector is committed to being part of this national response by using our mandate to hold public institutions accountable when they fail survivors and to ensure that the machinery of state responds effectively, compassionately, and justly. This is further entrenched in the work that we do. We have recently released the Gender-Based Violence Report, which looks into the systemic deficiencies in the criminal justice system. And I'm happy to also say that I was part of the report writing in that regard, and also part of the delegation where this report that outlined the deficiencies both at SAPS, both at Social Services, and both at the Department of Justice. This report was then also presented to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Justice. Through our investigations, outreach, and advocacy, we aim to strengthen the system that safeguards victims. Also, we want to amplify the voices of the silenced. And I've heard about today people saying, break the silence, break the silence. The Public Protector remains steadfast and resolute in the belief that good governance is the cornerstone of tomorrow. It is also the cornerstone of a just and a safe society, a society where every woman, every child, every person can live free from fear. Together, Let us join hands with you today to reaffirm our shared resolve that today, as stakeholders, as partners in this justice sector, let us hold hands today to move from dialogue to decisive action, because that is exactly what we need in this GBV space to fight the scourge of gender-based violence. I want to end with this and say to you, we've heard about women having strong voices, victims having strong voices, people allowing themselves to be catalysts of change. But I want to say to you today, each and every one of you that is here, if we stand together, united in the same voice, in the spirit, in one accord, and we shout and continue to raise our voices together, we can cause an avalanche, and certainly change will come. Thank you.
One minute left. Let me take this moment to you. I'm also a preacher. Yeah. Okay. Program Director, thank you so much for this opportunity. Allow me to bring greetings on behalf of the Department of Correctional Services. I'm wearing a jacket today. On a normal day, I'll be wearing brown uniform. I'll be carrying leg irons and handcuffs and all that. So in a nutshell, Department of Correctional Services, we are committed to the fight against gender-based violence. I'm also submitting the apology on behalf of Dr. Plakis, who was supposed to be here, who couldn't make it today. Now, what is our duty as DCS? Our role is to ensure that there is a safe custody of offenders, human incarceration conditions, as well as rehabilitation, which is the branch that I represent. But over and above that, our duty in rehabilitation is to upskill our offenders so that when they go back to society, they are the law-abiding citizens. Now, there's a process we call social reintegration, where now we say the community is the exit point, but also the entry point as they come back. What is important is that, one, they need to be accepted coming back to society. We also have a program on VEP, which is the Victim Empowerment Program, programs such as VOM, which is Victim Offender Mediation, and VOD, which is the Victim Offender Dialogue, with our commitment towards empowering the victims. Those of you who watch TV, you've seen the program in the past few years called Yobe, where we allow victims to be able to find closure by having dialogues with the offender. In 2005, our department embarked on a research, and in this research, in a nutshell, we discovered that South Africa has a problem of dysfunctional families, which become a breeding ground for violent behavior, and more so for the boy child, as you know that most of our correctional facilities, they are males. So on a lighter note, if you don't have a husband or a boyfriend, you must know that your person is in the prison. On another point, my colleagues, we emphasize also the grooming of the boy child, because most of our programs that we have, we've got your take a girl to school, take a girl to work campaigns, but what are we doing about the boy child? And lastly, the economic factors that include poverty, unemployment, exacerbate vulnerabilities. In closure, I want to say our National Commissioner is committed in raising awareness on GBV. As a result, this month on the 20th, we in Koshimampuru will be having an outreach program, a revival, an expo, but also we'll be talking about this subject. And since you invited us and we accepted your invitation, we'll also invite you in this joy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pastor. We had to stand up because you see you're used to preaching. You will go on and on. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the participants in this segment. We would like to thank you. We are going to the last stretch, and really we apologize that we have overstepped. And For people like us who need to take tablets, we'll be finished in the next few minutes, and then we can sort out the other issues. I'm going to ask the last batch, all of those the items that are there, all of these people must come here, starting with Enoch Toba, up, and then Mr. C. Wilkinson, up here, Mayor Neptune, up here, and lastly, Mayor Tesibe, up here. We're doing last stretch, we do all of them, and then we close. We all come here. Enoch, when you don't have to go there, you come straight here, and you start speaking, and then we know that we are done, and you have heard that we have given little time spaces. Quick, 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Let me first take this opportunity to recognize the head of the Special Investigating Unit, Advocate Mutibi, for him to present himself today here in the midst of his intense program that he has. His presence is really demonstrable of the commitment and unwavering support that he is given to the GBV First Responder Program or to the GBV initiative. Let me also take this opportunity to really greet the multi-sector stakeholders, all the CEOs that are part of the multi-sector stakeholders, including the DG that is responsible for youth, women, as well as the disabled. I want to really thank you, the CEO of PCTA, Ms. Lirumo. I have to mention you purely because we've got a very good agreement or MOU that is working very, very well with PCTA. Without that MOU, we cannot speak about the launching of the GBV First Responder Program. We rely on you in terms of ensuring that we accredit certified practitioners. We do not want to talk to first responders. As we go forward, we want to structure this area, because one of the key things that we have seen is that we talk in segments. We've got different organizations dealing with the same aspect. We are very happy that we are now together, and in unity there's strength. We must have a concerted effort as we move forward and structure this process. Have certified practitioners. When we talk of first responders, let's talk of certified practitioners. We cannot talk of certified forensic examiners. We cannot talk of certified forensic practitioners. And we do not talk of certified GBV practitioners. The only reason for that is because one of the speakers here have spoken about the challenge that GBV victims have when they go to the CCMA, for example. And it's because they're not properly represented. We need to ensure that the CCMA recognizes certified GBV practitioners, so that when we've got victims, they know that they must go to well-trained certified GBV practitioners who have gone through the SIU anti-corruption academy and who have been trained through certified programs or accredited programs. As we start, I think it's very important to mention the fact that there is hope. The good news is that, as the head of the Special Investigating Unit have stated, that GBVF is embraced by G20. We also want to mention that GBVF is also recommended by the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. The National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council have recommended that the Office for Public Integrity, of which the SIU is an integral part, that that office implements targeted efforts to address sexual stroke gender-based corruption as part of its communication strategy, and to foster integrity and active citizenship. This suggests that one of the key pillars of the OPI is a focus on tackling sexual corruption, including GBVF, and promoting a culture of zero tolerance towards such offenses. Additionally, the report emphasized the importance of mobilizing society and building a culture of integrity. Based on this recommendation, the role of the SIU Anti-Corruption and Cyber Academy, it's not an abstract one. It's a mandatory role with definite and concrete input that we can give. I'm saying it's mandatory because there are amendments that are on their way, legislative amendments, and I'm sure that the head of the unit will not only focus on amending that legislation in as far as sexual corruption is concerned, but he would broaden that amendment to include GBVF. I just wanted to say that as we launch the first responder program, we acknowledge that this is an outcome of a multi-sector approach, which includes, amongst others, the SIU Anti-Corruption and Cyber Academy, which will champion this process, as well as a range of other institutions. In essence, this is an all of government and all of society approach. Briefly, as I conclude, the key focus areas of the academy will include equipping first responders in investigations as well as evidence collection, with the ability to collaborate with relevant stakeholders, including law enforcement agencies, healthcare providers, civil society organizations, to ensure a coordinated response to GBVF. An understanding of corruption and the GBVF nexus is critical to link the two. We have heard the Nehau speaker on how the two needs to be linked by employers. Prevention and awareness for first responders to obtain an accredited corruption prevention certification, and to be able to implement prevention strategies, including awareness raising campaigns. I'm not going to go into detail in terms of that. The only thing that I wanted to say is that the implementation framework that we have, 2 sentences, the implementation framework that we have for the GBVF first responder program is that by 2025, this is an agreement of all the multi-stakeholder parties that are party to this process, is that 2025, 2026 will include a pilot project as well as the institutionalization of GBVF. This would include milestones that we have set for ourselves in respect of where the pilot projects will be. And in particular provinces, which include KZN, etc. We are looking at training about 500 responders. And we also want to launch a digital response tool, which will be for the year 2025, 2026. For 2026, 2028, we are looking at a national rollout. This would include expanding to all provinces in terms of integration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and in terms of awareness and so on. It's a pity that we don't have much time. I think at that note, I would conclude.
Thank you very much. Wonderful to be here. You know, it just occurred to me, we're living in a very troubled nation, but also a very beautiful nation, aren't we? If you look at the hearts and the minds and the soul and the passion and the purpose of the people in this room, I mean, let's give ourselves a hand. We're here to make a difference. We're here to stand up and make a difference, and that's beautiful. My name is Craig Wilkinson. I run a non-profit organization called Father a Nation. We believe that if we can heal men, we can heal South Africa. That if we can restore men to be good fathers, mentors, role models, which is what masculinity is designed to be, we can absolutely build a safe and prosperous future for all. I've written a book which we have out there, which is launching this month, called Force for Good. And my belief is it's about positive masculinity, that men are designed and made to be a force for good. True masculinity is a beautiful gift. It's distorted, wounded concept of masculinity that abuses. And so someone once said it so beautifully, the opposite of masculinity is not femininity. Masculine and feminine are complementary, equal co-creating forces. The opposite of masculinity is passivity. We're not designed to be passive. So I want to ask every man in the room, if you could, please to stand up. Every man, if you could, please stand up, including our program director here. Yeah? The first thing I want to do is I want us to honor the women of South Africa, the single mothers, the grandmothers, the sisters that hold the fort when men are absent in their lives. Let's just honor them and just thank them. The second thing I want to do, men, is I want to ask you to raise a fist. You see, men are made to be powerful, but power is only to be used in the service of others, to be a force for good, to be a force for safety. Can you place your fist on your heart? And I want to ask you to repeat after me, please. Don't say it if you don't mean it. I'm a man. My mandate is to break cycles of abuse. So today I pledge to never be silent, to always take action against abuse. Today I pledge to be an excellent father, an excellent partner, an excellent mentor, an excellent role model, an excellent citizen. Today I pledge to be a true man, an ally, and an activist against any form of abuse. Amanda! Thanks, guys.
Okay. What an inspirational way. Now, 2 speeches and we are out of here. This one, next to me here, my sister, will just deal with the way forward. And then the other sister there will close. Okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Madume Aka was clearly heard early in the morning. This cannot end here, esteemed guests and colleagues. What began as a conversation is now moving into a coordinated action. And this is what we are committing to as the SIU. A comprehensive report and a set of recommendations will be compiled and shared with everyone in the room and those that are interested out there. Secondly, that these outcomes will be integrated into the programs and priorities of the Ministry of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, together with that of the DOJ, the JSPS cluster, to ensure a united national response. 3, that a clear execution and implementation plan, together, of course, with our colleagues in collaboration with civil society, will drive accountability, and the results will then be reported in the annual dialogue that I will be announcing at the end. And that we will continue to make sure that there are engagements at all levels, departments, private sector, civil society, you name it. And finally, this will then become an annual national dialogue. And we thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. And you know that this item is very important. You cannot then be allowing me to thank this magnitude in 2 minutes. Thank you. I am honored to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of our Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the SIU on such an important dialogue against GBV. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to our Honorable Minister Mamloko Kubai, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Andrew Snell, in their absence, the head of the Special Investigating Unit, Advocate Mutibi, our acting DG of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, Mesha Balala, Advocate Kambule, their moderator for the panelists, our panelists, Ms. Henry, Prof. Moodley, Mr. Chauke, Mr. Matibeti, Ms. Lowe, and the DOJ representative. I forgot the name. I want to thank the authors of the books, the survivors, youth representatives, CEOs, and representatives from various institutions present here. Our stakeholder representatives, scholars, commissioners, and everyone present here today for gracing this occasion with your presence and sharing your insights with us today. Program Director, we heard your message. We will not be silent. We understand today that GBV is a systemic issue in our country. There was emphasis on lack of accountability. We've taken note of that. We also took note of one of the root causes, which was mentioned to be us being a violent nation. We need healing. Systemic recommendations. I take that this group will come up with systemic recommendations. There was a youth representative who came here and mentioned that we can legislate the nation, but not the heart. I'm not sure whether Advocate Vanara from SIU is here, because he may just be requested by the head of the SIU to draft a legislation on how to legislate the hearts of South Africans. So we are truly inspired by the level of interaction and commitment to this cause, and we are also honored to have had an opportunity to share in your experiences and your understanding of the subject matter. All of us as South Africans, we are affected by GBV in one way or the other. We all have stories to tell. And even if we can be asked in this room, I can promise you that 80% of us in this room, we have stories of our own. And 80% of those stories are sad stories. Your commitment to fighting the scourge of GBV is truly admirable, and we are grateful for the time you have taken to share your knowledge with us. To our distinguished speakers, the panelists, thank you for your thought-provoking engagement. We noted and appreciated the men's pledge. It was very pleasing to watch you taking that pledge. I just wish that all South Africans were watching this today. We also taken a note of the message from Trauma and Counseling Support for Victims, Gbvf Domestic Workers Alliance, and also the message from our labor forces. As we reflect on today, let us take a moment to appreciate the power of coming together as this community. The pledge was made, and we are all going to shift from reaction to readiness. We appreciate that prevention is key in this area. May the insights and inspiration gained from this event continue to guide us in our personal and community lives at large. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to GCIS for hosting us today, the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in putting together this remarkable event. Your hard work behind the scenes has ensured that every aspect of this event ran seamlessly, and that we are truly thankful for that. We remain indebted to our partners in crime, that is the SAPS band. We fight this crime together, colleagues. We thank the SIU Choir. We thank the SIU Choir for their entertainment today. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the unsung heroes who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a success. From the technical teams who work for this event in ensuring smooth and audio-visual support, to catering staff providing us with those delicious meals. We had cakes in our desk, and also refreshments. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible work of the volunteers and support staff. Your willingness to lend a helping hand and your positive attitude have made a significant difference in the success of this event. From assisting us with the registration and ensuring that our guests are well taken care of, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. We are grateful for your dedication, colleagues. To everyone here in present, we thank you for being here with us today. We hope that you have found the discussions and interactions enriching. Your engagements and contributions have added an immense value to this occasion, and we are grateful for your support. We thank everyone who's watching the event online. We thank you, colleagues. We sincerely hope that the discussions will assist us as a country in shaping our future. Once again, thank you for being part of this remarkable journey. Let us continue to strive for excellence in all that we do and work together in building a better future free of GBV for generations to come, as the nation will be launching the 16 days of activism against GBV. Have a wonderful day and safe travels to all those who will be traveling. Thank you.
Siyabulela. Okay, it is lunchtime. We have wrapped up everything, just the lunch protocol. Table 1 to table 5 will be served in the briefing room. So you will go and dish there and come back and eat here. Table 6 up until table 15, the ushers will assist in serving you or where you will be dishing your food, and you'll also come back and eat from the room. In closing, from my side, we are an empathetic society, we are an action-based society, we are an inclusive society. Most of all, we are a never giving up society. My name is Bulelan Mahlagata. I'm based in East London, but please follow the SIU at RSASIU and make this day viral. Hashtag Dialogue 2025 GBVF, right? Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Last words, thank you very much. There's been a lot of talk about how we reach young people. We do that a lot as the SIU. We have made a conscious decision to target young people because we believe that change can happen at that point. I am Kaiser Khanyago. I'm reminded when they were talking, advocate about Advocate Vanara having to do something, and I'm reminded that today is Advocate Vanara's birthday. Happy birthday to him in absentia. Thank you very much. I think that's where we end. We can then do what she said we must do in terms of eating. Thank you very much, and God bless.